Little bit of ice ASMR. Stirring my drink on a Friday night. 'Cause Friday night's alright. Alright. Cheers to me. Yum. Oh, and so another Friday night rears its malevolent head. Hello, Lee. We shall see where this Friday night takes us. What mysteries shall we explore? What conversational channels shall we follow? Who knows? Should I do up another button on this? Yeah. I'm going to be 70s with the extra. Now is that too uptight? No, that's fine. That's fine. Shows off more of the design of my shirt. I like this one. It's not one of my favorite ones. Yes, Justin, we woke up with the new head of state that we have no say in. And hi, Heine. Which just goes to show how fucking stupid the system we live under is. And hello, Megaleech. So this is the last of the clarified cocktail I made, a couple of weeks ago now. But I made another one today. Looks nice, doesn't it? May or may not taste that tonight. Because I didn't have to. I chose to use up another orange. Musical Aviator, not LARPing tonight. Big day at Stonington Symphony tomorrow. Oh, 5 p.m. Malvern Town Hall. Is this with the trumpet we were talking about last night? The Baroque trumpet? So I use oranges for garnish. This is a new orange I bought today. First peel in there. So I'd used up the other orange. And I didn't really want to drink orange juice. So I used it to make a clarified cocktail. So it's equal parts orange juice, pineapple juice, whiskey, and rum. There's high proof whiskey and high proof rum. And milk. Basically 4 ounces of each. 4 fluid ounces, which is 120 mils of each. So I've ended up with somewhere in the region of 500 mils of this cocktail. So it's 4 or 5 cocktails, depending how generously I pour it. Oh, nice, honey. Bachelor dinner. Beef pie with HP sauce. So, Justin, you checked the news just after the live stream. As soon as said Queen was comfortable, family was on the way and knew. Yeah, there are some rules like they have to wait till 6 o'clock local time to make the announcement, but she'd been dead for ages. I mean, we'd been building to this for a while. Like the way she kept having to cancel events because she wasn't well enough. Just bringing my microphone in close. I don't know if I needed to do that, but I did it. Honey, I actually did takeaway. So you did a bachelor dinner. I had went to a Japanese place specialized in ramen. I actually got chicken katsu curry, which is very nicey. Yeah, Future Republic. At some point, Justin, for sure. Honey, you found out on YouTube. I just found out in the morning. I went to bed, woke up, got out of bed, fitting on the shitter, got my phone, opened Facebook. Literally, the first status was about the Queen being dead. And I went, oh, the Queen's dead. To which Mrs. Angry, who was in the next room, I was in the ensuite of her bedroom, she thought I said Mr. Bean is dead. And she said, that's weird. Why do you say Mr. Bean? Why didn't you say Rowan Atkinson? I was like, oh, it's the Queen. The Queen is dead. You know, I think you listen to a Smiths album. Music Elevator was at a gig playing an arrangement of God Save the Queen, titled by the arranger God Save the insert appropriate monarchical pronoun. And Megaleech, homemade gluten-free lasagna for family tonight. Nice. Nice work. There's some stuff from the supermarket, some chicken, some beef mince. Those will be for different meals, but cook something with them on the weekend. So we usually only have one takeaway night a week. It used to be Thursdays. Can't be anymore because young Mr. Angry has a regular trivia night with his friends on Thursday. So it's been moving around. And this week it ended up being tonight. Friday night, we didn't do it all week. So I was like, oh, hey, can we do it for Friday night? Sure. Why not? So, yes, from a Japanese place. Spoiled for food around here, actually. Like within a suburb or two, just anything you could want. And this isn't really regarded as a particularly cosmopolitan area, but good food options. Yes, Justin, that's the monarchy, the antithesis of the great American experiment. So, yes, we shan't go there. I'm thinking it's a Friday night party night. I should make a pina colada after this. This thing that I've been making is kind of an offshoot of my favorite clarified cocktail. Used to be clarified pina colada, where I should have used the coconut milk on this. God damn it, I just used dairy milk. By this, I mean this. God damn it. Oh, now I feel like a fucking idiot. God damn it, I hope it's okay. Well, it's going to be fine. Hurry, the Royals are a bulwark. You want a president to have less power than US? I don't see the need of the role of president. I think Parliament can function fine on its own with, the ruling party or coalition being on the basis of the popular vote. I'm sure some constitutional expert would be able to spin a yarn as to why a republic should have a head of state who is separate from the congressional body. Who knows? Oh yeah, Justin, that song that but are there lyrics to that? Hail to the Chief? I never heard it as but so technically the American version of God Save the King is not Hail to the Chief. The American version is America the Beautiful because God Save the King is the national anthem. Hail to the Chief is just the music they play for the president. Now I'm going to look it up. Hail to chief lyrics. Oh, there you go. Whoa, was that written by the Mormon Tabernacle Choir? Hail to the chief preachers for the nation. Yeah, so that is not the anthem. That's just a bit of music they play. So, Justin, I have no idea if that's a thing. I know there actually wasn't an official anthem for Australia until Bob Hawke declared one in the 80s. And he declared Advance Australia Fair to be the national anthem and Waltzing Matilda to be the national tune. And I don't know what that means. But yes, until it was actually formally proclaimed by Bob Hawke, I think, yeah, the official anthem for Australia would have been God Save the Queen. I think, not absolutely sure. Oh, well, I went to, like we were talking last night about me going to Catholic school. The primary school I went to, every single morning there was a morning assembly where the flag was raised and we sang Advance Australia Fair every morning. So, although only the first verse, a lot of people don't realize there's an extra verse that's almost never sung. It's not as good as the first verse. Hey Greg, how you doing? Justin, that's actually a really common thing for tunes to be reused. It's really interesting. Like even, do you know that Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony? That was a tune that existed and had different lyrics before someone put the Yankee Doodle lyrics on it. It's interesting how often that happens. And yes, if one believes the anthem, Our Home is indeed girt by sea. Oh, that's right. I remember that, Justin. My country, 'tis of thee. Like one, I remember the Communist Workers song, "The Red Flag," is most commonly sung to O Tannenbaum. It was a German tune, Christmas tune. The English version is "Oh Christmas Tree, oh Christmas Tree." Da, 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 da. And so the workers' flag is deepest red. It shrouded off our martyr dead. Ere the limbs grew stiff and cold, the hot blood dust stained its every fold. So it's the red flag is most commonly sung to the O Tannenbaum theme, but there's a country one. One of my favorites, Billy Bragg, recorded a version late 80s, early 90s. The red flag to a different tune. I think the tune's known as the Black Cockatoo, and it's much funkier. Like fucking O Tannenbaum's a dirge. So yes, the red flag sung to the tune of the Black Cockatoo. Much more happening. Is that a fact, Justin? My country, 'tis of thee, gets played at presidential funerals, and people get confused thinking it's God Save the King. Well, yeah, that would confuse people. I can see it. So, okay, now I'm going to have to taste this. I didn't put sugar in it. Am I going to regret that? Because I kind of regretted the last one I made where I didn't. All right. Just made this today and haven't tasted it yet. And it's got orange juice and pineapple juice in it. So it should be sweet. But I should have used my cream of coconut. I'm annoyed with myself at the moment. Because this volume actually took hours to filter. I mean, I didn't have to do anything. I just had to leave it. But it took, I mean, I didn't even count the hours. 3 hours, 4 hours to filter. But I just set it to the side, so it's not like that's difficult. Just time confusing. Wow. Okay. It was at 8:15. He lost the ability to form words. That's signs and portents for the evening. God damn. Needs a sweetener. Yep. I done made a fool mistake. Oh well. What's the Toreador song? That's, again, I reckon there's been more than one song with the Toreador. Da 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 da. I just have this funny feeling that's been used for more than one song. And the Holy Roman Empire Kingdom of Bavaria used to tune God Save the King in their official hymn. Heil uns im König Heile. Yeah, okay. I feel like someone's on Wikipedia at the moment. Musical aviator. Ah, dear. I think you're the second one to bring up the Geelong song. Hello, Dr. Abigail. How are you? Are you still sweaty today? Are you better or worse? Whatever. A video of George Bush's funeral where they played the song. Comments are funny. Look, just George W. Bush's funeral's funny. Yep. Super annoyed with myself. I didn't make that properly. Just have to remember when I want to pour a full one to add some sugar. Gosh darn it. Now, speaking of the cream of coconut, which I forgot to put in there, should I make a pina colada? Liar's pina colada. Food.com. BBC Food. Sandals.com. Why is a site called Sandals.com having a pina colada recipe? The best pina colada recipe. Pineapple juice, coconut rum, coconut milk, orange. Well, I'm not using fucking... I could use my own coconut rum. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Justin, US president's basically an elected king. Kind of, sort of. They're head of state. They do have some pseudo-monarchical power. Hi, Big Pat, by the way. Here's go. It turns out Bavaria is why a bunch of German history music nerds are trying to play B naturals on their trumpets patterns. I'll take your word for it. You're breaking into a sweat when you dare move more than go to another room. Level of isolation, insanity. We're watering plants saying happy tree friend to each plant. That sounds normal. That sounds perfectly normal. Okay. Gosh darn it. Yes, yes. What's going on here? Oh, Melbourne Web Fest. Might even go to that this year. Okay. But we do this. I bet Difford's has a really fussy pina colada recipe. Why is the fan on my laptop going 1,000 miles an hour? Not running any games. Musical Aviator. Dr. Abigail is COVID sick. Fucking laptop sounds like a jet coming into land. White rum, cachaça, pineapple juice, cream, and coconut. It's actually not that fussy. Okay. I'm going to get some ingredients together. I'm going to have a pina colada because that's a party kind of drink. And Friday is a party kind of night. Okay. Measurer. This glass can go out of the way for a while. Get my goblet. I think my shaker's in the dishwasher, actually. I'll go get that. Oh, and my strainer. Okay. Shaker and strainer. We are good-er. Right. So, room. What room will we use? I'll use this. I'm going to do a split. Coconut rum liqueur I made this. Seems to have a little jellyfish floating in it. That probably won't kill me. Who knows? Anyway. And cream of coconut. Shit. Bloody hell. That tastes fine. I don't think it's going to kill me. I like that, Megaleech. If it's growing stuff, it's just kombucha. All right. Cream of coconut. Oh, Jesus. Okay, go out of the way while I'm making this. Bad habit of putting the ingredients in the wrong thing. All right. Okay. Let me get the big glass.
Water, please.
Water. The water dispenser. Some peeing ASMR while I do this. People would pay money for this. It's a big glass. Holds 500 mils. There you go. Butter.
Thank you.
Okay, so cream of coconut. What are we doing? What are we doing? Hurry, Less Than Jake released a new album. There you go. Was never actually into Less Than Jake, so that doesn't really mean a lot to me. All right, where are we going? Right, coconut rum liqueur. Like, even though I think it's just like bits of the coconut oil reforming, weird things floating in it. I don't feel worried about it because it's such high alcohol content. It couldn't possibly be anything dangerous growing. I think I'm putting a fuck ton of booze in this. Oh dear, I might fall under the table. Wait. Okay, pineapple juice and lime juice. Hurry. Yeah, I like the Foo Fighters. Lime juice and pineapple juice. Oh. Pineapple. In you go. And lime. Put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Hello, Shafa. Put that in there. Put this back in the fridge. And put this back in the fridge too. And get some ice. So for what's good, cheap alcohol? That depends on your definition of good and cheap. And it depends what sort of alcohol you want. A lot of things need to be qualified in that. Although, hot tip, the Dan Murphy's I went into had this sort of shopping trolley full of stuff they were discontinuing, and it was like 40% off. And that was whiskeys and some vodka and, like some premixes and ciders. I don't know if that's every Dan Murphy's or I was just really lucky to wander into a Dan Murphy's that had this. But that's my hot tip for Australians. Wander into a Dan Murphy's and see if near the registers they've got stuff they're trying to get rid of on special. Because bugger me, there's some good specials. Anyway, I'm going to, in deference to anyone who might be wearing headphones, I'm going to turn the microphone off while I shake this for like 10 seconds. Okie doke, get that open. And get my little goblet and we take a dirty dump. Alrighty. Yes, Safa, I went back there today and they still had the stuff on special, so I did get the cask strength whiskey for Kirsten and another one for me, basically. I actually used the straw I used before is here. It's just been sitting there. I'm going to rinse it. I wonder if it's grown anything that could kill me. Well, here we go. Stick a straw in there. so I don't get creamy stuff in my moustache. No, it wasn't QV dance. I wasn't in the city. Suburban one. But yeah, it's basically some discontinued lines at Dan's. They're trying to get rid of. And they're selling for like 40% off. Like that cask strength whiskey I got was like $90. That's normally like $150, $160. So yeah, they are really fucking knocking the price back. So it's a pineapple milkshake. Dominant tastes are pineapple and lime, which is surprising. And there's the creaminess from the cream of coconut. Surprising because there's at least 3 shots of quite strong alcohol in there. Yes, Natalie, you picked up on it. I did actually say that deliberately. Creamy stuff in my moustache. How are you going back to CBD next year? Oh, we had our all staff meeting today, and it's like we got about 4 weeks to organize which days of the week we're going to be going back into the office. They want us to go in at least 2 days a week. So we got 4 weeks to negotiate which days we go in. It's pretty funny, though, having worked from home for more than 2.5 years. Just even though, like, I've been living it and it's like normal, but still occasionally just go, wait, working from home for 2.5 years? That's so fucking weird. Yes. You're right, Megalich. There's so much gay innuendo, you just kind of miss it. That is very tasty, though. There's a reason people like pina coladas. They're tasty. So for best day of the week to work on, I mean, it depends what else you want to do. Nominally, I'd been talking about Monday and Tuesday, and that's mainly because Mrs. Angry had been compelled to go back into her work on Monday and Tuesday, and I thought, well, she's going in on Monday and Tuesday. I might as well go in on Monday and Tuesday. Did have a brief sort of, text chat with some of my team today about, because they were talking about, there's got to be, you need to plan days when everyone will be in. They're calling them anchor days. And I said, what does anyone think? And one of the team was very strongly pitching Mondays. And I think I know why. Well, okay, like it could just be, just Mondays would be good. But I think he's doing it because, like, okay, you're going to be the days that we're committed to going in. If one of them is Monday, of course, the majority of public holidays are on a Monday. So you miss the day in the office more often if it's Monday. I think that's why he said Monday. I didn't ask because I didn't want to make him look bad, but I think that's why he said Monday. But I was already intending on most likely going in on Mondays and Tuesdays. And this super cynical things like, okay, if you're meant to go in at least 2 days, I just find out when other people on my team are going in, and I'll make one of my days when they're not going to be there, and and say I was there and they weren't there. So how do they know? Yes, Natalie, it's a galaxy brain moment. Huri, you'd say Wednesday. I know what was funny. A lot of people want, like, if you're going to go in like 3 days, they want to have like a 4-day weekend. So they want to have Friday and Monday off and go in and on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then someone said, That makes you a twat. If you go in Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, that forms the acronym TWAT. So, yeah. So anyway, we'll be negotiating that. So apparently, we're meant to vote on it. I don't know. And then there's the thing with the broader team as well. So we'll see what the hell happens. Because it's my immediate team, which is only like 5 people. Wait, 1, 2, yeah, 5 people. And then we're part of a bigger team, and then that team's part of a division, and then that division's part of a branch, and then the branch is part of the whole organization. So there's like this hierarchy that goes up. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, today was an all staff thing. So, and people work all over the states. It was like all staff is like 6,000 people. I should not have drunk that fast. Holy shit. I just drank at least 3 or 4 shots in like 10 minutes because it was so sweet. Pina coladas are dangerous. Very, very dangerous. All right. I am going to have to pace myself, I think. This would be the sort of thing where I would be knocked out inside 2 hours I'd be fucked. And I don't really want to be like that. So I pace myself. But as the thing, like talking, I just like to drink. I probably need to, pour myself a Pepsi. That's probably a good idea. All right, slow down with the drinking of this. Maybe I should drink an energy drink and then I'll keep going. That's a quandary. What should I drink? Or I could actually drink something that doesn't have caffeine at all. I don't drink Coke. I drink Pepsi Max. So I got to decide if I'm going to have Pepsi Max or maybe energy drink, or might make sense to drink something with no caffeine. Yeah, water. I might treat myself. I have some very lightly flavored sparkling water. Talking about rain and thunderstorm stuff, I'm going to see what's happening here. We're going to have like possible showers tomorrow. So some rain, but probably not much. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the rain map. It's gone away like yesterday. There was this, okay, there's a bit more up in New South Wales and off the coast, off the east coast, but only small amounts around Melbourne at the moment. But yeah, the rain radar yesterday looked apocalyptic, but then 99% of it missed us. There was like a gentle sprinkle of rain. I was also going to taste one of these whiskeys I got at the store today. Actually, I was going to compare it to Starward Twofold because they cost me about the same. Come back here, straw. Need to get another straw. Maybe. So if you're driving through some... New South Wales has fucking brutal... Sydney has wild storms. Like all the fucking time. I think there's something to do with... I don't know if this was an urban myth or not, but I always heard it was because the weather coming in from the sea sort of come down... Turbulent weather would come down from the tropics, sort of come in Sydney, and the mountains just west of Sydney would kind of trap these storm patterns. So instead of just like flowing past Sydney, they'd get stuck on Sydney, particularly the western suburbs. God, I remember driving through a hailstorm in the western suburbs, going out on the fucking motorway out to the west, and visibility kind of stopped at the end of the car, and it was just like, fuck this, and so pulled over to the side because it was like, I can't fucking see anything. I'm gonna die. And no, it's not a paper straw. I've been reusing a plastic straw. There's a real concern that all these sort of recycling things that have been sold to us might be bullshit. It might just be greenwashing for big corporations to keep polluting. Like, there are arguments that single-use plastic bags that we always used to have at supermarkets use less energy and cause less waste than the tougher reusable bags. And there's arguments that the whole thing with plastic straws was grossly overhyped because of some very emotive images of like a sea turtle with a straw stuck up its nose from doing cocaine. That's how it got there. Why we're changing our lives for these cocaine binging turtles, I don't know, but whatever. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. The turtles are doing cocaine. Oh yeah, Safa, that was a talk about getting a fourth bin. It's going to be purple. So, yeah, it's all well and good. Fine by me. Sort things out. And that's the other thing that we have possibly been sold a complete lie about recycling, in as much as the people who say they are recycling our waste are not. I don't know. It is quite hard to know the truth of these things. I'm just wondering with my water, I should just pour it in here. And I get a little bit of... I think I will. And maybe I've got a little bit of pineapple juice. Maybe I'll do water and pineapple juice. And that might taste disgusting. Which of my waters will I... That's just actually water. Tonic, sparkling water. Ooh, that lime and agave drink. Wait, what's this one? Tonic. What's that one? Blood orange. A mighty blood orange. All right. Pace myself, because I feel like I was on the verge of making a bad decision. I mean, this might turn out to be a not great decision. There you see the coconut residue has gone really foamy. It's like milkshake bubbles on the top. Reacted with soda water. All right. So you're saying the return and earn 10 cents for every can? That seems like a lot. 10 cents a can seems a lot. That's not bad. Now, I'll risk everything. I'm going to use up this pineapple juice. I'll add the pineapple juice. 'Cause I'm wild and crazy and no one can stop me. Mixy, mixy. Oh, that's a bit cloudy. Oh no, that's actually pretty good. So Greg confirming 10 cents. Safa, that's how much other states have. So, okay, that is interesting to me. So for us to get 10 cents per can, that must mean the aluminium in the can is worth more than 10 cents. Potentially much more than 10 cents. So the fact we're just throwing these cans away now, that must just be a lot of money. I mean, I don't throw the cans away, they go into recycling, but yeah, lots of cans just get thrown away. It's like a lot of money just being thrown away. Isn't it ridiculous how much money we waste as a society? Like the amount of food that's wasted and thrown out. The amount of perfectly usable and reusable resources that are just thrown out. Oh yes, Alfred, it makes sense that the price of buying a can would go up a bit as well. So Greg, you're saying they're building it in. Yeah, okay. Safra and Greg on the same page. Okay. Now applauding myself. This was a good idea. Although that is a reasonable amount of volume. I shall probably have to go wee-wees afterwards, but that's okay. All right. So speaking of recycling, I now have a couple of things to chuck in recycling. Safi, you may well never throw out food, but as a society, we throw out a ridiculous amount of food. Nettie, hello. How you doing? I've had it in New South Wales since 2017. They had cash for cans when I was a kid, and then it went away for some ridiculous reason. Anyway, I'm just going to put these in. Recycling over here. All right. I have a little plastic tub over there that I have my plastic and glass recycling in, and then just periodically go out and chuck it in the bin. Busy, Nettie. What's keeping you busy at the moment? And Nesselt, hello. How are you doing? Safi, you do bottle scavenging. What does that mean? Does that mean taking bottles out of other people's bins, or you hunting around your house for bottles to put in? Ironing lots of black clothes. Do you have goths visiting your house? I haven't ironed in so long. I'm so lazy. So, Safa, you're saying other people scavenge bottles. What do they do with them? Did they take them to a recycling that pays them for it? And that's all. Saying in Germany, you get 25 cents for plastic bottles. All right. I mean, it makes sense. Even if you add that cost to buying the product, it's like, will you get it back if you make sure it goes to a recycling center? Nettie, it's a gothy moment in history. If you're not wearing black when your mum FaceTimes you, oh gosh, your mum wants you to wear black because the Queen's dead. Okay. Neat. I like that one, Esol. Walk in with a ton of bottles and walk out with a free bottle of wine. Nice. All right. So, Safa, there are people in your area who take bottles and cans to get money. Sure, I guess. Not milk or wine bottles. Okay. I don't throw out that much glass. I mainly throw out or recycle plastic. Although every now and then, for one reason or another, I empty several of these bottles in a fortnight. So every now and then there are a bunch of bottles in the recycling. So Megalich came across a guy, collected bottles, had a load, he'd take them to cash in. To South Australia. You meant can't see how it's economical. That does sound really strange. Unless he just wanted to go to South Australia anyway, and taking the stuff to get the money for it. Because South Australia historically had the most generous money back for recycling. Maybe he wants to go to South Australia anyway, and taking the recycling stuff's just a bonus. Because I do agree with you. I don't see how someone could make money from it. Who's the clankiest recycle business? I'd never really hear him. On occasion, me. On occasion, it's me who has the clankiest bin. Because it's not just booze glass bottles. Sometimes, like that little thing of water I had's in a glass bottle. And sometimes it's, jars, like you have stuff for cooking in them, and I'm putting them in recycling. Like I think there's a bit of glass in the bin this week. Only a couple of booze bottles, and some were like, okay, like I keep these ones from Starwood because I like the paint on them. One of them, which I assume is the one I've had the longest, because I do put them in the dishwasher when I empty them. Like the paint had mostly washed off. And I thought, oh, that's boring. I don't want that anymore. So that went out. That's one I had for ages. There were a few other things, jars and whatnot. I think I get Wednesday for bins. Oh, okay. No. Rubbish trucks don't vibrate here. But many, many years ago, and I mean like bordering 30 years ago, I was living in Sydney as like inner west Ashfield, and it was quite a narrow, windy suburban street. I was in a house, but there were a lot of apartment buildings. So the apartment buildings, multi-story apartment buildings, kind of made it like a canyon. The first garbage night when we lived there, because the trucks came down this narrow street and were chucking it in, and the echo was bouncing off the apartment buildings and echoing down here. I swear to fucking God, it sounded like a tank was crashing through houses, and it came through very early. Like the garbage truck came through very early. I was still in bed, and I fucking just bolt upright. What the fuck is that? It was because I'd never heard anything like it. And then I worked out, because this narrow street with the regular tall apartment buildings, the garbage truck makes a fuck ton of echoey noise. But it freaked me right the fuck out. Just the first time. After the first time, I knew what it was, and it wasn't freaky anymore. But when I had no idea it was coming, and it woke me up, Jesus Christ. Thought, end of the fucking world, whatever the hell it was. So, yes, the current garbage trucks tend to come much later in the morning, and they don't really make the street vibrate and whatnot. Not that loud. Sometimes I don't even notice that they've gone past. But yes, you brought back this memory of this one street. And it was the fucking apocalypse when the garbage trucks came down. Absolute fucking apocalypse. Oof, that was a thing. So if yours come 8 or 9, I guess ours vary because you get 2 pickups. 1 week it's green and rubbish. The next week it's green and recycling. We get green every week, rubbish every second week, recycling every second week. And so there's 2 different trucks. The first one tends to come anywhere between 6 and 9 a.m. The other one tends to be much later in the morning, sometimes even early afternoon. Safa, I'm going to give a hard no to that without even looking it up and researching it. I'm going to say I would feel confident in saying Australia does not have the best waste management in the world. I mean, we could always ask the internet, what country has the best waste management? Well, Germany, leading the way, management and recycling. From Australia to Wales, the 5 best recycling countries. Which countries are the most efficient at minimizing waste? Germany recycles more than any other country. Okay, but broadly, which companies are the most efficient in minimizing waste? Top 3 countries for waste recovery: Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark, the neighbors. Top 3 countries for low waste production: top 5: Netherlands, Denmark, USA, Switzerland, and Germany. They're saying the USA produces a low amount of waste per capita. Who's minimizing waste while also recovering of it? Truly excelling in waste management. Japan have managed to decrease waste by 4%. Their motto, Motanai, means don't waste anything worthy. So they're saying Japan. So no, different metrics say different countries. M. Gale, since China stopped taking waste, there's no recycling. Yeah, I don't know. Begovic, you might be right. There might be less waste in the US as their economy tanks and no one can afford anything. So yes, it appears that it depends how you measure it. 3 countries with best waste recycling strategies: Germany, Wales, and Singapore, according to this metric. Countries with most sophisticated waste management: Germany. Mimsy wants to come in here. Austria, Belgium. Yeah, so it appears it depends what metrics you use. Safi, single-use plastic is a stupid concept. Look, it's what you find when you research almost anything is there's no simple answer and there's usually no single answer. To solve most problems, you need a multi-pronged approach. And there are aspects of single-use plastic that you can argue in favor of. But if we mean literal single-use, like cannot be recycled, I don't think you can really defend that. We just this from the second half of the 20th century, even like the last everything accelerated in the last quarter of the 20th century. Just ridiculous waste in production and distribution, and companies not bearing the full cost of what they do. They basically, of course, have to pay the cost of production, but then they pretend that they haven't incurred any costs after that, like the cost of cleaning up, the cost of recycling. The companies should bear that cost as well. Which does, yes, mean consumers bearing the cost, but this whole effectively treating our world, our environment as a credit card that we can just keep running charges up on and deferring the payback and deferring the payback and deferring the payback. It's not sustainable. And this absolute falsehood of endless expansion that particularly the post-World War II capitalist mindset focused on, just expand, 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 is going, well, we're in a closed system. You cannot expand forever. And it's like farcical. You can find all these stories of really successful, profitable companies that could have gone on forever that get destroyed because they're not growing. And the capitalist mantra is, if you're not growing, you're dying. And that's a lie. That's bullshit. You had all these people who built up perfectly sustainable companies, companies that would return a consistent profit year on year, but because they weren't growing, they were regarded as failures and they were destroyed. And it's such a destructive mindset, like literally destructive mindset. Safa, I thank you for the compliment, but there are way smarter people than me. There are way better environmentalists than me. There are people who know more. There are people who can express things more clearly because they make it their life's work. Like I'm really just cribbing what I've read from other people. So yes, I'm glad you take positivity from what I say, but I'm literally just repeating what I've heard from other people, and it's the people who are the primary thinkers, movers, and shakers in this world. And these people do have the public eye, and they should. I didn't do a pre-recorded video this week, so you might wonder why I was in Wales this week. Why didn't I do a live stream? Particularly on Tuesday night, I was thinking I'd put together a pre-recorded video, and I obviously didn't because nothing really grabbed my attention. I just wasn't motivated. So hopefully I will next week. Honey, that's a very famous children's book. Chicken Little, an acorn falls off a tree and hits Chicken Little on the head. And so Chicken Little runs around saying, the sky's falling, and panics all the animals. Yes, given we are in a sky's falling again, Chicken Little is a very old story. Now I want to go when that first came out. Because we're here. Chicken Little first publication. How old is the story of Chicken Little? No, not that stupid film. God damn it. Chicken Little original story. Henny Penny. Known in the US as Chicken Little or sometimes Chicken Licken. Okay, there is a Wikipedia. Where does it come from? The sky is falling. Similar stories go back more than 25 centuries. Stories listed. There once was a little chick named Cluck, beginning of an 1823 Danish version of the story. And so there's an edition from 1916, dated from early 19th century. Story is part of an oral folk condition, appeared in print after the Brothers Grimm set a European example in the early 19th century. It's one published in 1823. So there you go. Okay, so versions of this story, The Hysterican Chicken Little, is hundreds of years old. And yes, Chicken Little is mocking people who are perceived to being hysterical, saying disaster is imminent when it isn't. But interestingly, that's been a mindset of people for hundreds of years. And yes, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, slightly different, as Megalitch said. The boy who cried wolf is a liar. Lied to get attention. And then when he had a real problem, no one believed him because he had lied so many times. But yes, you had all these cautionary tales at various points in history. Okay, well, that's better. After drinking those first two drinks far too quickly, now we're past 9 o'clock and I'm still drinking my water. That was clearly a good idea. Although, as predicted, I think I need to go wee-wees. But that's okay. We can do that. Yes, maybe it's the Trump who cried, lock her up. Trump. He's so funny. Wait, which YouTube account is this? Okay. Alrighty. Where is this video? I want to share. There it is. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to do that just yet. So Dr. Abigail, Boy Who Cries Wolf clearly teaches the moral one should never tell the same lie twice. Good learning. That is a good learning. I think one of the early seasons of The Simpsons, when Bart's sort of lying about being unwell, and his teacher, Mrs. Crabapple, says, Bart, did you ever hear the story of the boy who cried wolf? And Bart goes, oh, yeah, I know that one. It's a kid, tells some stories, has a good time. It's a lot of fun. I forget how it ends. Yeah. Failed to learn that lesson. Right, you bloody well right. Okay, I'm, as predicted, needing to take my wee break. So I am going to play a video for you. The cocktail video I did this week. This, and I don't. Oh wait, no. I think I fucking forgot something. Forgot to do the share audio thing. I'm going to do this again. So one of me is not enough. You'll get 3 of me in this video. And I'll turn my mic off and I'll be back in 4 minutes.
G'day, cocktail lovers, and welcome to the Cocktail Toe.
Your home for all the excitement of big league cocktail making.
I'm your host, Chuck Carrots. With me, as always, is my co-host, Archbishop.
Thanks, Chuck. Today, Mr. Angry has promised us a modern classic that's become one of his favourites since he discovered it.
Well, that's quite a big build-up. What do you have for us today, Mr. Angry? Hi, fellas. I hope you're ready for some double fisting. Oh, I didn't know this was for the OnlyFans channel.
Well, I need a bit more time to consider this so I can make an informed choice.
Don't worry too much. What I mean is, I'm going to give you 2 cocktails to compare, so you'll need to use both hands. There'll be the standard version of the cocktail and a barrel-aged version. Oh, the return of the barrel! What do you say to that, Arch?
Well, I'm relieved, Chuck. If I'm being totally honest, maybe a little disappointed.
This cocktail is called Death and Taxes. But once or twice a year, I tend to discover a cocktail. It's new to me, and it goes on my favourite list straight away. Last year was the Woodson and Ford. This year, it's the Death and Taxes. This was created in 2011 by Michael Madrusin when he was working at the Milk and Honey Bar in New York City, but it was made really popular and famous at his own bar here in Melbourne, the Everly. This is essentially a Manhattan riff that splits the elements of a traditional Manhattan. And I'm a fan of a Manhattan, but I like this cocktail even more. This cocktail starts with whiskey, like a Manhattan. You can go with a whiskey of your choice. I've seen both Scotch whiskies and rye whiskies recommended for use in this. I did, let's say, a lot of experimentation to get it how I liked it. And what I found is bolder flavored whiskies work better in this. So you do you. If you were doing a single shot of this cocktail, the recipe would be 1 ounce or 30 mils of whiskey, 1 ounce or 30 mils of gin, 3/4 of an ounce of sweet vermouth, 1/4 of an ounce of Benedictine, and 2 dashes of orange bitters. Oh, whiskey and gin? That's an unusual combination. Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen those 2 combined, and I was a little dubious, but it worked. Now, because I'm making it in a 1 litre barrel, I get to go to town and have a blend of the elements in there. So for the whiskey side, I actually combined 3 whiskies, and I included a peated Scotch, a rye whiskey, and a single malt. I did the same thing with the gin, split it between 3 gins in quite different styles. For the sweet vermouth part, I used mostly sweet vermouth, but there's also some Punta Mez, which is a type of vermouth, and even a little bit of Fernet Branca for some unusual flavors. And for the herbals bit, I stuck mostly with the Benedictine, but I added a little bit of green chartreuse just to see if that would come through as well. I mixed up the bitters as well. I did 10 dashes of Angostura bitters, 10 dashes of orange bitters, and 5 dashes of Peychaud's bitters. I put all of that into a barrel. Well, not all of it. I set some aside so we'd have a comparison. That stayed in the barrel, and I tested it periodically, and ultimately it stayed in there for 3 weeks. Then I decanted it, and then we have the 2 cocktails to compare. I hope you're ready, fellas, because it's time for some double fisting.
Oh, first, visually, not much difference. Maybe the barrel-aged one a little darker. And on the nose, you can pick up some additional oakiness. Maybe a hint of smoke in the barrel-aged one.
Ooh, this is a great cocktail. I mean, the vermouth is really coming through.
The difference in the barrel-aged one's subtle. It's like it smoothed out the flavours a little. Also, picked up some of those oak notes.
Well, I can see why Mr. Angry likes barrel-aging cocktails.
Yeah, besides getting that unique additional flavour, you end up with a batch of cocktails ready to go.
Well, it's definitely worth investing a bit of extra time to get results like this. Because as we always say, life's too short to waste time on boring cocktails. Cheers!
By sheer coincidence, while I was playing that, getting ready, Mrs. Angry asked for a drink, and she said, "Ooh, that barrel aged. Still got this much of it left. A couple 100 mils of it left." So That's where I make it, so you can just pour a cocktail straight away. There's your little.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alrighty. Yes, no, I did. Thanks, Megalich. I did realize I hadn't switched the mic on. All right, so I'm going to put a couple bottles back. I was going to do all that while the video was playing, but I got the drink request. So let's sidetrack this. Put the rums back on the rum trolley. Now, I want to get... Is that... No, that's Solera. That's too... Oh, fuck me sideways. Jesus Christ. Okay. Going to do a taste comparison now. Almost knocked over a bottle of whiskey. That was not good. Okay, so this is the one I got on sale at Dan Murphy's today. West Australian whiskey called Dewgate. So I think I said the other night, it's what the West Australians call a brown snake. For some reason they came up with their own name, the Dewgate. Right, actually, I'm just gonna keep looking things up because we're on the internet. 100. Yeah, okay. So the normal price for this is over $100. I got it for $66. So that's not bad. Is there a snake in the bottle? No. Although there are those Asian drinks where there is a snake in the bottle. Right, you get that glug, glug, glug from the first pour. Right. So this is not actually... Okay, so this costs as much as like Starwood Nova, which is a favorite of Dr. Abigail's and mine. This costs as much as that cost on sale. All right. Alrighty. So you can see it's quite a light coloured whiskey. Starwood, much more amber. This is much more yellow. But let's. I'm okay. I'm going to do my best whiskey wanker now. It's like, it smells quite nice. What do I got on the nose? Kind of butterscotch, vanilla, like really typical whiskey smells, basically. Yeah, kind of butterscotch and vanilla. The twofold. So that's a bit more. It's a bit more like honey, cinnamon. Again, they're not 100 miles removed from each other. Oh, Mimsy's decided to come back in. Are you looking for food, Mimsy? I haven't dropped anything on the floor. I could. I mean, she gets very excited if I drop anything on the floor. Anyway, going to taste the Dewgate, which I've never tasted before. Well, that's quite pleasant. What's that? That's this really tastes like honey. Do a little bit of water. And the twofold, by comparison, I was saying I was going to be a whiskey wanker. I'm super bad at the words. Okay, that's almost. It's like. It's almost like baked stone fruit, like baked peaches. It's a cooked sugar smell, taste. And it's the twofold to me is kind of fruitier than this. This is much more like honey, and this is like a cooked sugar. Now I'm going to put a little bit of ice in each of them and see what difference that makes. Put that in and that in. It's remarkable with whiskies, not just whiskies, but notably with whiskies. The addition of a little bit of water can completely change the flavor. And also changing the temperature. All right, so the Dewgite being iced. Now it's much more vanilla now. It's actually really quite good. It's very vanilla-y. Oh, okay, that's really quite pleasant. Oh, I think that might make a good sour, actually. Man, I'm really quite liking this. Oh, that is actually genuinely quite good. I also feel like if you were like a whiskey and Coke person, that would probably be good that way. I don't usually do whiskey highballs, whiskey and soda. Some people really like them. I feel like that would make a good whiskey highball, actually. The twofold. Oh. Okay, for my personal tastes, and this is it's not universal, but it's close to universal. With whiskies, I much prefer them with a bit of ice. Oh, that's just like sweet honey now. Yum. Okay. What? Oh. What do I want to do? Oh. One of my very special ones. The Starwood apple one. Sticky toffee apple. Let's try this then. Looks a lordy. I feel like I got the hiccups now. Oh, that's a whole different thing. Ooh, I think there's some extra proof. Oh man, God, the fruit flavors in that one are incredible. It's a whiskey that was finished in barrels that had previously had Applejack, like so a distilled apple. I think it's like distilled apple cider, actually. So Ooh, they call that sticky toffee apple. They are not far off the mark, actually. Very fruity. I think, okay, having done a little whiskey tasting, I think I might make a sour with this because I have a sour mix in the fridge that I made. I'm going to give that a go. So, I was just looking at people watching on all the streams now. For anyone who doesn't know, because there's people watching on Facebook, on Twitch, and on YouTube, I'm streaming to all three simultaneously. Speaking of which, on Facebook, Kristen Burney, hello. Fine people. I hope you are well. I am just going to rinse my cocktail shaker, and then I am going to make a whiskey sour with my new whiskey. Because I just think that would go well in a sour. It's quite sweet. Right, so I just got to rinse my cocktail shaker because I made a pina colada in it before. All right. You know what? I think I could probably even pour it into one of these little mini Glencairn glasses. Oh my God, Bernie. Okay, you are not the only COVID sufferer on the stream tonight. Dr. Abigail has been having the no good, bad, terrible week because of the spicy cough. Oh my God, vodka and mother sugar-free. Bernie, here we call that bad decision juice. I made a whole video about it. American friend Charlie came up with it. It's basically energy drink and alcohol is bad decision juice. Like the alcohol messes you up, so you're going to make bad decisions. The energy drink gives you the energy to follow through on the bad decision. Right. So, though is what did I do with my measurer? Jigger. Where's my jiggers at? Okay. All right. So, we want to get the sour mix I made. Clarified lemon sugar syrup. Okay. So, whiskey. Any words for going? Hello, Dingle Doty. I am. I'm not just a Republican. I'm an anti-monarchist. Try not to speak ill of the dead, but you know what was it? What my mother said? If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. So I think I won't say anything at all. Alrighty. My sour mix. And some bitters, I think. Wow, was I a good boy and put all my bitters away? All right. Better get them out. There you go. Bernie, she was pretty once. Hey, yeah, if that's your thing, man. And Christy, I'm glad you like the fridge. I feel like you might not be familiar with my drinks carts. And that's just the spirits. There's the same number of bottles in the next room as my liqueurs. Longish live the king? Yeah, well, I mean, based on his family history, I suppose he's going to live for 20 years, but who knows? And there was always the rumours that he'd abdicate and let William take the throne because he knows he's not very popular. Well, that's what I was doing. I was going to get some ice. Shake my drink up. All right. I was going to put some bitters in, wasn't I? Get the Angostura bitters, the king of bitters. Christy, like the spirits table? Yeah. I got those drinks carts 2.5 years ago, I think. Time is one of the many things COVID did was make time immaterial. It's an illusion. All right. Again, in deference to anyone who may be wearing headphones, I'm going to switch the. I want it to be foam. Oh no, I actually don't. I won't bother with the foaming for this hour. In deference to anyone who may be wearing headphones, I'll switch the mic off for 10 seconds while I shake this. Okay, shaker is painfully cold to hold. Oh yes, Christy, I got the moves. Fucking hell. Shit. Okay, now I have this idea that this Glencairn actually holds enough. I'll soon see. Oh, it's a great color. It's a fucking great color. All right. How good's the color on that drink? Just that orange color. I love how that looks. Oh, God. Oh, Bernie, you put that thought in everyone's head now. Okay, now that's particularly funny if for anyone who knows the biggest cocktail channel on YouTube, Steve the Bartender, he's famous for giving this winning smile when he shakes. That's fucking great. No. Oofed. That's good. I thought this would make a good sour. This is not strong, is it? 40%. Okay, normal whiskey. Oh. And the Glencairn glass was plenty big enough to hold it. Oh, that's great. That's really good. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. You should go up and look up my cocktail recipe for best ever sour mix, which is what I made there. It's a clarified lemon cordial. It's friggin' great. And in fact, if I have another water tonight, the last water I mixed with pineapple juice. The next one I might mix with that lemon cordial. Hello, Laura. How are you this fine evening? Coming from the country in morning. Ooh, Christy. Best snack combo. Now that's gonna depend what you're in the mood for. I have to admit, I keep things relatively simple. I could have chips with this, but I have to admit the number of places have been where they are either like bars where you can get a nice cheese platter or like dips, chips and dips, or man, go the whole way and a burger. But I kind of keep it simple with chips, I have to admit. That's right, Laura. Okay, it's afternoon where you are now. See, I can't keep track of these things. Justin, would I vote for an American-style republic over the current system? As said earlier, I'm not convinced of the need for a head of state role like a president in a republic. And I also said that there may be some people who are constitutional experts who'd explain to me why it's important to have a head of state who is separate from the elected parliamentary party. But so long as the government of the day is formed by popular vote, that's my main thing. Bernie, does it make Mr. Johnson sleepy? That reference is getting past me, my friend. But that is a goddamn win. Right? Oh, man. That is a goddamn win. I'm also trying to be good. It would not be unusual for me, particularly on a Friday night stream, to like have a bag of chips and be nibbling on. I'm trying to be good, and in fact, I have been good for like, I don't know, a week and a half, 2 weeks even, with virtually no snacking, and so I may be back on track with my weight loss plan, because for those playing at home, first year of COVID was very bad for me. I put on 10 kilos, but that was a relatively common thing as well. Second year of COVID was good. I lost 20. And then the last year, the last 6 months to this year. So I'm saying like 2020, I put on weight. 2021, I lost weight. This year, I'd sort of been level and then was slowly putting weight back on. And I feel like I made the decision to stop snacking, and I'm turning things around. And so the next year could be another good year for me. You've been clean for nearly an hour now. Not me. Sorry, Megaleech, saying your head of state's important scapegoat for the government. Yeah. As I understand the American system, there are the 3 arms of government: the executive branch, which is the president and his appointed cabinet; the legislative branch, which is Congress and Senate; and the judicial branch, which is the court system culminating in the High Court. They can all make laws. Australia, I don't believe our head of state can really do that much anymore. The government, of course, creates most laws, but the courts can effectively create law by precedent. No, Christy, you're not clean. Well, I'm not completely rat-assed yet. Give me another hour. Things might be messy, and oh man, this is the best sour I've had in ages. I used to drink sours all the time. Sours were one when I was first getting into cocktails. Like 5 years ago, I fucking loved sours. I would do sours all the time. Then my taste changed over the years. Certainly the last couple of years, 2-3 years at least, I've been way more into boozy drinks. And I've been less into sours. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the best sour I've had in ages. And it's pretty good whiskey. It's also got my very special sour mix. Laura, you in the mood for Angry Bunch? Why not? We should do Angry Bunch. Kirsty, I have a couple of blue things here. Now, the most famous blue thing is Blue Curacao, which is nominally an orange flavored liqueur, but really it's just sugar flavored. But I've got a Blue Curacao from a Melbourne distillery. They make really good fruit liqueurs. This is actually a very good quality Blue Curacao. I also have a blue absinthe I could go to town on. Well, Justin, it regularly feels like US politics has more effect on our day-to-day life than Australian politics. Bernie, what's happening to your spelling is imagery. Okay, so Angry Bunch is where I invite people to join in and chat if they're in the mood. And I am going to post the link for anyone who wants to join. I know Laura wants to join. I don't know if Dr. Abigail is feeling too sick to join and regularly joins, but that's the link anyway. Yum-o. I may have put too much of my sour mix in here, and that's just dominating it. That's also why I'm finding this drink quite yummy. But there's also a decent whack of whiskey in it. So I should be a little... Oh, that's 9:40 now. Man, the fucking time is jumping every now and then. It's like the first half hour of this stream went really slowly. And then every now and then I look and half an hour has jumped forward in time. Hello, Laura.
Hello there, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. How's everything with you?
Not too bad. A little bit weird at the moment because I'm not really a royal person. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of ambivalent on whether... okay, so there's kind of a couple of things rolling around. I actually felt quite sad yesterday because of it. And you know, I knew she died a couple of hours before it was announced.
It was kind of obvious. Yeah,
the hints were all there. The family were all rushing up. You know, the biggest worry we have at the moment is Liz Truss shaking hands with anybody.
Well, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but Liz Truss clearly murdered her. So I think Liz Truss stabbed her.
No, I just think that the trauma just made the Queen ill, and then suddenly, the old lady, you know. But yeah, like it's like, you know, yesterday on Twitter, a Liz Truss stay away from Richard Attenborough was going around.
I like that. Also, hello, Infinite Cosmos in the chat. Hi.
So, but no, sort of, I had sort of mixed feelings because I was sad. Because it, you know, not so much about me. It was that other people were upset, you know?
It is, look, at the very least, it is an incident of historical significance.
Yeah.
And Cowboys Worlds on Facebook. Hello. Oh, Big Pat, are you coming in to say hello? Are you there? There you are.
Hello.
Oh, I think we've got a bit of lag. We'll see how that goes.
But so yeah, like I say, I was kind of sad for other people, and I was slightly sad for myself because you know, for the first 17 years of my life, my parents were in the Air Force, so you're surrounded by that kind of loyalty to the crown type stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was in the Air Cadets. I swore loyalty to the crown. It's one of the things that you do. It's you know, same thing with the Scouts and stuff like that. But you know, whether you know, like I suppose she was a big part of the life of Britain. You know, I mean, we're talking about, you know, the Elizabethan era.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get 70 years of a monarch very often, ever.
Well, you think about it, the overwhelming majority of the population, this is the only British monarch they've known.
Oh,
by far, like a
going.
huge proportion of the population. It's the only British monarch they've known.
My mother was born in 1953, which was the year the Queen got coronated.
Yeah.
So, you know, she's been on the throne. She's been the Queen, or had been the Queen, since before my mum was born.
But you would have to be in your 80s to have any real memory of a different monarch.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. The huge, overwhelming majority of the population, she's the only British monarch they've known. And so her death is a very significant historical event.
So there's that sort of thing. Like I say, personally, I think she had a stroke or something like that because, like I say, the signs, I'm going back a little bit here. The signs were family rushing there, which suggests something that's really urgent. The fact she wasn't taken to hospital is one of those, she, even if she was treated, she probably wouldn't have lived types, territory. So I think that by the time Charles and and Andrew and actually Charles was all right, but because they were only up the road.
Oh yeah, yes, they
whereas,
got there.
whereas the rest of the royal family, William as well, they had to travel up from London.
Yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, the now the questions go to sort of like, well, what's going to change? It's going to be weird that the national anthem changes.
Yes, you got to get used to saying "God Save the King."
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the problem is I can't stand the national anthem because I'm like, God save the what God, So
Yeah.
it's words only, doesn't really have any meaning for it.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
And then
Yeah,
you've got.
I saw them on my Facebook today.
It was very hard to miss it, Pat. That was first thing I woke up this morning. I switched on Facebook. First status. Oh, the Queen's dead. Okay.
No, I work at my Facebook.
Yeah.
What? On the pie, I don't know. And
Yeah.
my dad didn't know. Hey, Dad, look, the Queen dead. You go, what? My dad surprised.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened. I told this earlier. I went into the bathroom and I was like, oh, the Queen. And Mrs. Angre's in the next room. And I went, the Queen's dead. And she thought I said, Mr. Bean is dead. No, that's not what it. Also, hello, Kirsten. Good news. I went to Dan Murphy's today. They did still have actually quite a lot of that cask strength whiskey that you wanted. So I got you one. So that's 2 bottles we've got to swap when you get here. And I also on spec got the Dewgite whiskey, and I quite like it. I just made a sour with it. That was really good.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, interesting fact I learned yesterday because I looked up, a bunch of like what happens when the Queen dies, and you've got like the procedure that's already been set, when she was in her 60s.
It's called Operation London Bridge or something.
Yes, although there was a different not tape. I can't remember. There was a different version of it, which is if she doesn't die in London.
Right. Okay. And Dr. Abigail's joining us as well.
Hello.
Someone who's dying. Oh, that's very polite to switch the mic off while you're fucking pit.
Yeah. I have attempted to make myself look presentable for the camera. And I don't know how long I'm going to last because I'm actually dying. Even though it's day 4, I'm feeling so much better. But, I sweat at the drop of a hat. I'm just I've got that strain of Omicron that just makes you break out sweating. It's ridiculous.
Oof.
Now, can we, the only royal family worth talking about, Elendil and his 2 sons, Isildur and Anarion. Come on.
When are they coming into the Rings of Power, hey?
Episode 3. It should be seasons down the track. Thousands of years.
They're compressing
1,000 years down the
years into
yeah,
one of them.
but and they're giving them a sister.
Well, we've established this is just fanfic, but
yeah.
Okay,
and
that's
that's
what you're talking about.
Okay,
Lord of the Rings.
the Amazon Prime series, The Rings of Power, which is fan fiction inspired by Tolkien's writing of the world origin before the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I am kind of waiting to see how they portray Farazon because if anyone, he's like the mustache twirling villain of the Second Age. He's gonna be just hamming it up. That's a part that'll be fun to play.
Are we talking?
Farazan.
Are we talking about a literal character that would quite possibly go mwahaha?
I think that's how Dr. Abigail
No.
sees him. He's the type to put a devious plan into place and then go, whoa!
Exactly. That's what.
Not quite that bad.
No, okay.
But he was
What's
the
the word?
king of Numenor who sailed.
Oh, right.
He rejected the Valar and sailed into Valinor.
Yeah.
At the head of a war fleet, and it's it's balls to the wall, like just mad shit happened.
Yeah.
Like drew the ire of like Eru Iluvatar himself, and it was just crazy shit happened.
Yeah. I just want to throw this hello to Daniel, who's getting some social interaction with us while doing a Friday night shift. And that's what we're here for.
Oh, cool. I'm dying.
Yeah, look, if you don't want to, you very nobly come on camera. If you want to go and be
honestly,
quiet, do that.
Honestly, do you have no idea how good it is to like interact with other humans?
But do it at your own pace, is what I'm saying. Do it for as long as you want, and feel free to come back if I'm still here later. Because I was worried in the first half hour I was going to write myself off. But hey, we're at the 2-hour mark, and I'm still really coherent.
A project in the works over there that Will is helping me do, and I'm taking it in baby steps.
That's fair.
My suggestion: take it
a certain scientific endeavor.
Oh yeah.
That you would be interested in.
Yeah,
the result
I'm always
of.
interested in your science. It's coming to fruition, is it?
Yes. So I'm doing that. Well, not quite. It's just the next stage.
Getting there.
I'm steps.
But also want to give you some recovery time as well. So
But every time I get up and do something, I just like wringing out my clothing and not literally.
I'm so glad.
Sweating. I've got fans going. I've got windows open, and and
I'm
you can
really glad I
hear
didn't
it
get
in my voice.
Yeah, glad I didn't get this strain of COVID. It was so mild what I had.
Yeah,
Is it
it's just like it's a bad flu. It's like the flu.
Yeah,
really.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, so the COVID symptoms aren't bad. Like I haven't lost any sense of taste or smell. I haven't had shortness of breath or anything. I've just had all the flu symptoms.
Away.
What?
What did you have, Pat?
Away.
Sorry, I talked over you. What did you say?
My sister away.
Your sister's away. Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying someone had COVID.
3 weeks.
Abigail's eyes.
So, Megaleech, in Rings of Power, it's a flat Earth. In by Peter Jackson, says
Yes.
change to globe Earth. Pretty much. Also,
Yes.
the elves
So-
hid Valinor, because
the elves didn't.
the
elves?
gods did. Yeah, there's
Valar. one god. There's one god, Eru
the Valar
Iluvatar,
hid. Yeah,
and the Valar are angelic beings who are like beings of thought, aspects of Eru, and they're demigod like beings.
they're
the
Greek
Valar.
versions of gods.
Yeah. So
And then there's
during the
Maya, who are demigods.
yeah, so the Maya and the Valar are similar but different power levels. And so during the Second Age, which is where Rings of Power is set, the world is literally flat.
Yeah.
And you've got Valinor and the continent because Valinor is the landmass, and the continent it sits on is called Aman, and it's in the west, and you've got Middle Earth, and then you've got like an eastern continent and the south, and yeah, it's flat, and there's an encircling sea, and the Helcaraxay at the top in the north, also called the Grinding Ice, and at the spoiler for for the Silmarillion, Ar-Pharazôn, which is his name, he appoints himself when he appoints himself. He basically marries his cousin and becomes king. Is it his sister? But
Sounds like a lot like normal royalty to me.
Yeah.
Credit to Tolkien. It's of course it's a loveless wedding, but he didn't write the character with any kind of rapey vibes whatsoever, because they like didn't actually produce any heirs or anything. So,
Right.
Pharazôn, and this was building up for thousands of years. The race of men on Numenor were very jealous of deathlessness, because they were living just in sight of Valinor, and they wanted to literally take death by force, and that came to a head at the end, near the end of the Second Age, not right at the end. And so Pharazôn raised a fleet, and sailed into the west, into Valinor, and landed, and just like
Let's say a mountain
fought
fell on
the-
him, didn't it?
fought the elves. The elves in Valinor are like the lesser of the beings there. That's why some of them don't want to go there. That's why they
Yeah.
lingered in Middle Earth. It's like when they're in Middle Earth, they're like
They're the
these
highest.
powerful beings.
Yeah.
But when they go to Valinor, they're like, oh, well, just people here. So yeah, these Numenorians go to Valinor, conquer a couple of cities, and this not only pisses off the elves, it pisses off the Valar, and Eru himself, the god who created the world, is so pissed at this. He said, right, he opened up a chasm, swallowed up Numenor completely, just opened up the sea underneath, the ground, like the subterranean ground. Sorry, COVID addled
Yeah.
brain.
It was swallowed up anyway.
Numenor was swallowed up completely, sank. He lifted Valinor and Aman up from the world and reformed the world so that it was completely round, and shaped the world so it was a sphere, and made it so that only elves could take what was called the straight path to Valinor. And anyone who sailed in that direction who wasn't an elf couldn't, it just sailed
Yeah,
around
they
to
would-
the other side. Yeah.
Apart from ultimately Frodo and Bilbo, but
Well, they were on a ship.
Yeah,
they
they
were on
were
the
with
last
elves.
ship. They
Yeah.
were with Círdan the shipwright, and freaking like what's his name, Mithrandir, and
yeah,
Galadriel.
all the high powers leaving Middle Earth, basically. So we'll throw out to Daniel. We're saying touch wood. Back to COVID. Your wife's an RN, kids in school, you're at university, and you've avoided COVID. That is a minor miracle. That's a minor miracle.
I've avoided COVID till now, until last Monday. A funny story: Legolas Greenleaf, son of Thranduil. He's a dark elf. He was born in Middle Earth and had never gone to Valinor. He he built his own ship, and took Gimli with him. And Gimli was the only dwarf ever to set foot in Valinor.
Yeah. They were totally boning, by the way. There's,
Oh, absolutely! Like
no,
the
no
bromance is
two
strong.
ways about it. The
Oh.
bromance between them got physical.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There
Um,
would have been some cold nights
in the
where-
trenches, you know, when you're in the
Yeah,
trenches.
oh.
it's-
Mm,
But
absolutely.
yes.
I am picking stuff out of my teeth with a toothpick on stream. I hope people
That's
enjoy
fair.
that.
That's absolutely fair. What I have tonight? Oh, yeah, I mentioned earlier I had
Anyway,
Japanese chicken. I had to pick my teeth earlier because I had chicken. You know how chicken, you always get strands of it between your teeth.
Damn that.
Just
Yeah.
well,
my tongue went to a gap to see if there was anything in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's psychologically, it's hard not to. Yeah,
so I hope people enjoyed that little
it was
Middle
a,
Earth
a little
second age
treatise
history
on-
lesson because spoiler, in the next few seasons of Rings of Power, that may happen. Who knows anymore?
Who knows?
It may happen next week, and then
Yeah.
they'll I didn't even go into the different factions of the Kingsmen and the faithful,
Yeah.
of which Isildur was one of the faithful, and he led a party of Numenorians, a large one, into the colonies on Middle Earth after the downfall. Because get this, Numenor had been colonizing Middle Earth for ages and ages and ages, and that's why Sauron had such a easy time finding allies, because everyone had a beef to pick with Numenor and consequently Gondor, because
Yeah.
they were the colonizers.
Yeah,
Like
well, it's kind of when
literally.
you look at history and you find out that Ireland and lots of people in India either refused the idea of going to war with Hitler, or particularly in India, there were factions who were very actively supportive of Hitler. And you go, but that's awful. Why would you do that? And they're going, well, because he was fighting the British. And I was just like, okay, well, maybe if you want to have a war with the British, maybe I don't have a bone to pick with you, or maybe I'm even on your side. Which is very short-sighted view, and wrong
It just
view, in my opinion.
Not that.
It
It's like,
remind
what did the British ever do to you?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my
Um,
god.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Onion article headlined Japanese allies. The Japanese ally themselves with white supremacists in well thought out move.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It is weird. But there was an alliance between the Nazi Party and groups in India, and in fact, current Indian Prime Minister Modi's political party is a Nazi party. They started around World War II actively aligning with the Nazis, which kept them on the fringes of Indian politics for all the decades up until suddenly they surged to power. But his party were Nazi collaborators.
It's not
so
Isn't the swastika a reversed Hindu symbol?
yes,
Something
and there's a
like
whole
that.
thing with the Aryan. Oh, you get this whole weird thing with mysticism on who Aryans actually are, and that's where there was a link between India and the Nazi Party, because it was some.
Hey,
old
I'm
mythology
bowing
from that
out for a bit.
Yeah, you
I'm
should
just gonna turn my
a break.
camera off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Take care, Abigail.
yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's
get
very
easy.
weird. The mysticists who inspired the Nazis.
Oh, I've got something for you because I haven't been in for a few weeks.
Yeah, what have you been up to?
Okay, so this was the first thing I was up to. Picture.
Yeah. Oh, you got a picture. Sorry, what do we got? Oh, yeah, you've been at a rally. Nice.
Whoa!
I took part in Manchester Pride.
Nice.
So
You're
that-
cute.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yes.
That's Laura at a rally.
So many people.
Nice. That looks like a nice turnout. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean that's just a bit of it.
Yeah.
It goes right back for probably maybe a quarter of a mile, maybe.
Nice.
So it was a fair amount.
Nice.
What's that
So,
cute?
sorry.
What's that cute?
Oh, thank you. That's my.
Right.
I often wear that dress when I go to Pride.
Nice outfit. Definitely.
But so that was really cool. And do you know something? It's weird. Do you remember I told you I went to a model railway show and I got a non-binary friend and it was their first time out in front
Yeah.
of people? So and I got a lot out of them being happy and being themselves and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it just so happened. So if you remember what happened last time in 2019, a bunch of TERFs went and crashed the start.
Oh, yes.
Start
Yes.
Manchester Pride. They did the same thing in Wales this time, and the Welsh police told them to get out of the way or else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Manchester allowed them to lead the march because
Yeah.
they basically manipulated. If you throw us out, you'll be throwing lesbians out of Pride. That's not going to look good for you, is it? Kind of thing. And it's like the Welsh police were basically, you're causing an obstruction. You're not a part of this event. You're causing an obstruction to it. So move over there. And everyone basically bypassed them. But anyway, so the last one, they allowed, Manchester Pride in 2019, the police allowed them to lead it. And they were doing this really slow death march kind of thing,
Oof. Yeah.
And so as a result, normally everybody walks at walking pace through the city. But they weren't able to because this really, really slow pace. They would move and then stop and move and then stop and move and then stop. And every time they stopped, I got annoyed because, I knew what was causing it, a bunch of TERFs.
Yeah.
So what happened was, as before that, as the police allowed them to lead it, as they're coming up towards me, because I normally park myself outside the Church of Scientology, my back towards it, enjoying the show because they can't stand people like LGBT people.
Yeah.
I just love the idea of me enjoying the show, and with their back towards them, I just get a funny little giddiness about that. Anyway, so when these TERFs leading prides started to get closer, people started clapping, and I walked out into the road and I shouted as loud as I could, "Don't clap these people. They're not a part of Pride. They are a protest group that hate people like me. They hate trans people."
Yeah.
And I literally had people booing them as they approached, which was kind of cool. And then, so do you remember I told you about my game Insults to the Death that I used to play with my brother?
Yeah.
So the rules are, if you swear, you lose because you couldn't think of anything better to say.
Yeah.
So, so what happened was, as these, turfy protesters came up, I basically put my hand out, like, thumb down type of thing, and one of them just sort of, you could see she was angry at me for how dare this trans person challenge her and her bigotry. So she said, you can't be a lesbian. I said, I'm asexual. Of course I can't. And she obviously wasn't expecting that. And so she just went, women don't have penises. I said, I'm working on that. You can have what's left when I'm done, if you like. and
Oh gosh.
she just told me to fuck off. And so I won that game in my little sort of
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. They were trying to bait you, and you just kept making them look silly, and they
Yeah.
got frustrated. You definitely won. Yes.
So well, you know, so what happened was, as I said, there was this stop start all the time. And
Yeah.
so when the Sparkle people, which is a transgender charity in the UK, when they stopped in front of me, I walked out into the road and I said to them the reason why this is happening, and I explained what had happened and what I'd done. And they're like, did you? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh, come on, march with us. Come on. So I did, and it was brilliant, you know. And,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, the best example of how brilliant it was
Yeah.
at one point, you've got the anti-LGB Christian hate preachers, and they're all like parked in a certain area, and they're allowed to do this, you know. But the thing is, you couldn't hear them at all, even though they have megaphones, because you've got a 7-deep crowd in front of them,
Yeah.
hearing their love and support.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
And so, you know, and again, this last one that I just had a couple of weeks ago, I'm watching these young people. It's their first Pride, the first time they've marched, and I was really enjoying the, you know, how good they felt and how brilliant it was for them. You know, I'd had this happen already, and the first time, you know, like 3 times, I kind of put my hand to my chest because I felt like I was going to cry, type thing, with happiness. You know, it's so wonderful. You know, and one of them, when I did that, you know, I sort of like dabbed a tear in the corner of my eye, and next thing you know, there's another cheer because they saw I was affected, and it's like, oh, in my heart, you know. So it was amazing. But you know, same story. You know, when I look, I mean, literally, we've got a new prime minister who is, you know, who stopped the reform of the Gender Reform Act, Gender Recognition Act, sorry, is now trying to block Scotland from doing their own.
Yes.
Because there are, you know, a little bit like Australia's got its own laws kind of thing. There are limited laws that Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales can have. It's part of not deregulation. I can't remember what it's called now. Devolution. So, you know, she's appointed, you know, a turf head of the Human Rights, Equalities and Human Rights Commission.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's like putting a racist in charge of it. You know, it would be no different, really. You know, so all this stuff going on, and then you've got this constant barrage. I go on Twitter and you've got J.K. Rowling said another thing.
Oh my God.
You know, some other anti-trans group did something, and then, you know, and so it can really feel like your back's to the wall all the fucking time.
Oh yeah.
This is the kind of shit that I never used to have when I lived as a guy.
Yeah.
You know, it never really affected me. I didn't really pay that enough attention to it. But now I'm living it. There's this constant supply of constant barrage of anti-trans hate. All the fucking time. You know, when we literally had every single one of the MPs that wanted to be prime minister had, and were almost like competing with who was going to be the most anti-trans, who was going to have the, you know, who was going to impinge on the woke, you know, going to stop this woke nonsense kind of thing, which is ironic because, of course, the only reason why poor people are allowed to vote and like slavery doesn't exist is because of woke. You know, it's used as a slur, you know, by people who just are like, what do you mean I can't be racist? What do you mean I can't be sexist, etc., etc.? You know, what do you mean think the rules have changed where these jokes that I said 20 years ago really aren't funny anymore? You know, shit like that. So
it's a bit of a thing.
Yeah, so it can really make you feel like your back's to the wall all the time. But then I go to Pride and I have a 7 deep crowd and tens of thousands of people clapping and cheering and waving and smiling and,
Yeah.
enjoying the show. And it goes away. It makes me realize that this city I live in is cosmopolitan and LGBT friendly. I live in the perfect place. It's not like I live in the, sort of somewhere. It looks like it's not like I'm the only gay in a Norfolk village.
Only gay in the village.
No, I'm not the, I'm not gay, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yes.
So it changes it, kind of, makes it seem not so bad.
Yeah.
But then today's news, which is brilliant. I didn't know this was happening until today. So LGB Alliance, I've told you about them before, an anti-trans hate group, who like to pretend that they're pro-LGB, lesbian, gay.
Oh yeah, that crew,
people.
yes.
But in fact, 87% of their stuff is anti-trans. When they, in the last general election, they had 12 questions for would-be MPs. Every single one of them was trans-related.
Yeah.
That tells you everything there is to know about that group.
Yeah.
Anyway, court a hearing to decide whether the trans organisation LGBT Alliance should ever have been awarded charity status begins on Friday.
Sorry, you stay if you want.
No, it's all right.
Oh, Pat, you're heading off.
Yeah, another bad moments here.
Oh,
Fair enough. He's trying to keep you in line. Someone's got to keep
Yeah,
you in
another
line.
bad.
You're out of control otherwise.
Oh yeah, you know I'm drunk.
You're a wild man. You're a wild man. Someone's got to keep
No,
you in
know
line.
I'm drunk, Red.
Thanks for dropping by, man. See you another
You
time.
too, you too.
Bye, Pat.
Bye.
So yeah, and then a court hearing to decide whether anti-trans organisation LGBT Alliance should ever have been given charity status begins on Friday today.
Yeah, no, it's weird. But also, kids, you do get some gay people who will spout anti-trans stuff. You'll get some cis-het women who will do it, or other minorities. And it's like, do you not get attacking the most marginalized group just gives the scary fucking violent people justification, and they're not going to stop. You literally only have to look at America and go, they are overtly saying anyone who is any flavor of queer is the enemy, and then the next worst enemy is women who want to control their own lives. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing aligning yourself with these people who fucking hate you? It's wild. Absolutely ridiculous. But this is the world we live in.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot we can do.
It's abysmal. It really, really is. I've never experienced this kind of hate, towards a group before. It's bizarre the way it's all, about. But, like I say, you get the, I'm just trying to find something because it's quite funny. So one of the co-founders of this LGB Alliance, she's a barrister, and the chambers that she worked at was
Jesus.
yeah. So the LGBT charity.
Yeah.
So what she was claiming was that Stonewall, because they have this diversity champions, it's like a gold star for a business or whatever, an organization, and that's like they're saying they're LGBT friendly, basically. Well, she, being an anti-trans bigot, who was one of the co-founders of the LGBT Alliance, she did this £500,000 fundraiser to take them to court, and her chambers and everything. And like, oh, what, there you go. In retaliation, Stonewall had me investigated by Chambers in an attempt to cost me my livelihood. Okay. So then what happens is she finally gets to court, and then boom, I've lost my case against Stonewall. Next day, the papers is, lesbian lawyer wins wins the court case. And all she won was a few thousand, like £10,000 or whatever it was, for hurt feelings from the Chambers. But they said it was a victory against against Stonewall.
Yeah.
One of them saying that she won against Stonewall when she literally didn't.
Yeah.
So but that's the LGB Alliance for you.
Yeah, no, it's a whole agenda. It's
yeah.
Ugh.
Anyway, we were talking about the Queen stuff before. So things that change. The stamps are going to change. The money's going to change.
Yes.
Which is kind of annoying because I've only just made some of it.
Yeah.
Because I got these new vinyl notes now.
Yeah.
So just as they managed to get all of them vinyl, CDs come out, so to speak.
CDs are crypto.
So it's that's kind of weird. The logo on Royal Mail may change because although Royal Mail, it's not actually owned by the government anymore. It used to be, but then it was privatized. But there's still Royal Mail and have the logo, so that's going to be weird.
The one that made me laugh was someone saying, "Won't someone think about the QCs? They're going to have to change all their business cards and signage because they'll be KCs now." For those who don't know, that's a form of legal professional, a very high-ranking legal professional who's known as a Queen's Counsel, who would now be a King's Counsel. But
it's weird how the language is going to change. And it's going to be weird because we haven't had one, since a long, long time.
75 years.
Yeah, most people, if you look at the average age, I don't know what the average age of the UK is, but, imagine that the average people aren't that old, so they have no, it's never been anything different. So it's going to be a weird upheaval.
The money thing is just, the Mint regularly takes money out of circulation and releases new notes and coins. So they will actually, both the Royal Mint in England and the Australian Mint, will more aggressively take the coins and notes out of circulation and replace them with new ones. But it's a thing they've always done anyway. I think they'll just do it more aggressively. So we might have the occasional thing in 10 or even 20 years, you get some change and you go, "Oh, bugger me, this one's got the Queen on it," because there'll be some sort of lost in circulation.
What's interesting? When you think about the kids, her children, pretty much all of them have had divorces, which is pretty much like every other family there is.
Yes.
So they are actually human beings. And the Queen isn't immortal, a bit like Pat said. What? Huh? The Queen's not immortal. She was 86.
Yeah.
96. Sorry, she was 96.
Yeah.
This is what happens to old people. Sadly, they die. I think she probably had a stroke or a fall or something, and she's like, she's not.
Well, she's been very unwell for a while. Yeah. So Tingle Toady. I also, seriously, in the last 2.5 years of COVID, I've probably been to an ATM 3 or 4 times. And I used to, once a week, I would do a cash withdrawal from an ATM. And I swear to God, definitely less than no more than half a dozen times in the last 2.5 years have I withdrawn cash, because it's all been non-physical payments over the last 2.5 years.
Do you know, it was amazing how I had a bit of a banking issue recently. Stupidly, I went to a bar to order cocktails.
Yes.
And I accidentally typed in the wrong number.
Ugh.
And because I typed, effectively the layout of the keypad was different.
I hate that.
And so I basically, to stop anybody looking at my shoulder or anything, I put my hand over the top and I'm just feeling where the numbers are. And then after the second time, it's like, oh, the numbers are different. And then because I did it wrong twice, they blocked the card.
They knocked it, yeah.
Now, I could go to a bank, a cash point, and get money out. That wasn't a problem. But for basically a couple of weeks, I couldn't do it. All I had to do was go to an ATM machine for my bank and type in a couple of buttons, and it reset it, unlocked it for me. But, anyway, so as a result, it's the first time in years that I've actually had to think about how much money do I have in my purse? How, can I afford to buy things? Or do I have to go back to the cash point to get some more money out?
Yeah.
Chip and pin. And do you have touch things?
Oh, yeah. No, that's the common one. But again, that's the thing that frustrates me. There is like at least 4 different versions of the machines. So there's 4 different points on different machines where you have to touch your card to pay. It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's weird. It's been a while since I've been, but they when I went to America, they don't have that.
Americans have not been quick to pick up electronic payment. Australia is actually one of the earliest adopters of card payments. We had bank card in the 70s. We were one of the first countries to really mainstream bank payments. And yes, correct, Megalich, you did pick up then ATM machine is saying automatic teller machine. The one that I see people saying all the time now is for the COVID test. You have the 2 different types, the RAT and the PCR, and a lot of people will say RAT test. And I forget what the RAT stands for, but the T stands for test. So yeah, you're repeating test if you say RAT test. And if you put your PIN number into an ATM machine, you're very much doubling up on the words.
Yeah, and to be honest, you don't. In the UK, if I go into Manchester, you really just don't need. You don't need cash these days. I mean, it's getting so bad. Even the beggars have got portable chip and pin machines.
It's actually you just need a phone these days.
Yeah.
Most modern smartphones, you can put an app on it that will accept card payment.
Yeah, I'm obviously I was being facetious.
Yeah, of course you were, but I also appreciated the joke. I don't want to sound like I didn't like the joke because I did. Thank you, Kirsten, for helping me with a rapid antigen test. I had forgotten. And yes, Megalich, that's what I say, rat kit, because it's a whole friggin' thing. But yeah, lots of people say rat test. And so they're effectively saying rapid antigen test. Which Mrs. Angry might have to do because she's feeling a scratchy throat. Hello, Dr. Abigail. You've picked up a few more spoons, have you?
I say rat test because I want to see the world burn, and
which is fair. That's fair.
And because I'm sick of COVID already.
Oh, fuck yes! There is bullshit.
And it's so bullshit.
It's so bullshit.
It's just the worst.
It fucking sucks. And it's like I continually get with this. Wait, have we been dealing this with 5 minutes? Or 200 years. I don't actually remember. And it's like, I've already said this tonight, but periodically I remember I've been working from home for more than 2.5 years. That's fucking weird. That is fucking weird.
Yeah.
Oh,
my brain is so
square readers these days. There you go.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm also just thinking of the swipe thing.
That's what I remember, the fucking clunk clunk things. Imagine just where the strippers put those.
strip clubs where they have a reader in their G-string and you have to swipe between the butt cheeks. Sorry, that's not going out of my head now.
Yeah. I don't. Look, my brain is so addled that I can't. Like, I'm trying to just rest and play video games and shit, but like, all I can manage is fucking Cookie Clicker or just like idler games and watching
Yeah.
fucking Netflix, and
And that's what you should
I'm
do.
living my best life, and I'm
Or even, I don't know, get some audiobooks where someone is a
Ugh.
really nice reader, so you get this really soothing voice telling you
Ugh.
stories or something.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
need chocolate. Actually, I need chocolate. I'm gonna order some chocolate.
I was
Someone
about to
order me
say,
some
that was on
chocolate.
the Discord, I think, someone volunteering to bring me chocolate.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
Mindy. Yeah, are you gonna
I'm
come
out
over
of
and say hello?
chocolate.
You gotta take it your own pace, and that pace should be around about 20 social distance ones.
Wait, I've still
I
got
can't
my-
believe they're gonna make a man queen. This woke
know.
nonsense has gone too far.
I saw that.
that was one of my favorites. But also all the various people who either live in or have heritage from colonized nations, and
Oh yeah.
people online being, why aren't you being respectful of the Queen? Well, I'll
I
tell
know,
you
right?
why. I'll
Let's
tell you why.
start, shall we? And
Christ.
my favorite is all the like all the like British people complaining about like all the Americans posting Queen memes, then slowly realizing that it's only a couple of days until 9/11, and then oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
But I'd even forgotten because
Oh, the bets are off.
I don't. Oh, that's Sunday night. That's Sunday night.
Yeah.
I
Time for some
probably have to
memes,
do a live
bitch.
stream and try and say some really disrespectful things.
Do you know what's really weird about it is that it's like, oh, the Americans are like, oh, this empire and
chocolate.
queen and things. You should have it like we have it. And it's like, have you looked at the American political system?
Yeah, I know. I would not be holding that up at all. At the moment.
Yeah, it's like, holy fuck. Did you see what Trump has done to the Republican Party?
Yeah,
And
turn them all into lunatics.
Yeah, how the media is basically a propaganda channel.
Yeah.
It's when you've literally got is it One News America or something like that, who are like suggesting fascism.
Oh yeah, no, they straight up
wow.
are. And even like you've got the real right wingers calling themselves Christian nationalists now, and it's like, oh my god, you are not even, you're saying the quiet bit out loud now.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Damn.
And also, I side
like-
with Dingle Doty. Tom Baker would be a winning voice to have in your ears, because he was originally Little Britain was originally a radio show that had Tom Baker. And again, he has such a good voice. Tom Baker, very questionable human being. But
okay,
great voice.
I'm sending a call. I'm sending an emergency call out. My brain can't process fucking getting chocolate to my face right now.
Oh.
And I can't even go outside. I
No,
can't go and get some. And I could like just walk 5 minutes and get some.
Yeah, there's a
but
convenient
no viruses.
Just consider yourself, lucky, because there's a couple of Scottish guys. They had to walk 500 miles.
Yeah, and then they worked 500 more.
500 more. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that was coming back.
Yeah. No, I thought that was in one direction, but I don't know.
No, well, that
Justin, I did hear that the Chaser sailed a bit close to the sun with their satire. I didn't see what it was, but then again, the Chaser, when 9/11 happened, they tried to get some content out as quickly as possible. And honestly, it was kind of they did two things. Like 5 minutes after they heard about the Twin Towers, one was like janitor for Twin Towers declares today best sickie ever, and the other one was like management of Rialto Tower excited to announce they've moved 2 spaces up on world tallest building list.
Oh
and
God.
because they did not know they didn't realize the level of psychic trauma 9/11 was going to cause. So they just went for it, and then within 12 hours they were like, oh, we've made a terrible miscalculation.
Well, who was what was his name that did the 9/11 jokes? Like,
the guy with the stupid voice, Gilbert Gottfried.
yeah, what was his joke?
It was all right. I'll actually look it up. I mentioned this a while ago. Let's go Gilbert Gottfried 9/11. Okay. It had something to do with his flight. I know that. 2 weeks after the attacks was the roast of Hugh Hefner.
Oh, yeah.
He said he wants to go by the Muslim name hasn't been made. I have to catch a flight to California. I can't get a direct flight. They said they have to stop at the Empire State Building first.
Oh God.
And it went down like a lead fucking balloon.
Yeah.
And then he went, oh, was that offensive? Okay. And then he rolled straight into the grossest version of the aristocrats he could think of.
Yeah. I haven't heard it, but I've heard like it's basically like, you know how the Greatest Song in the World by Tenacious D is like a kick-ass song?
Yeah.
Like the tales I've heard of his aristocrats joke is a kick-ass song. I want to hear the song. I want to hear the greatest song.
When I did that,
it's got to be awesome.
Shut up. So what's this one from Laura? Oh,
please note at the bottom corner it's got the Onion.
Yes, about to say that.
That is not the Onion.
No, but it happens in America every year. Weird fucking companies put something like, 9/11 sale or whatever, and everyone's going, no, that's not it. What the
there is no end to too soon.
Oh yeah.
But no, apparently the joke about it is that the Onion did do this like several years ago. I think it was 2013, so a good while ago. But someone took printed one of these out, and got the deal at a Subway. There's a video on YouTube for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay.
Oh wow. My son Will has a thing on his bedroom door. It's a little advertising card for a cleaning company called Twin Towers Cleaning. It's one of those office cleaning companies.
This is a real one.
I'm trying to pause fucking Uber Eats, trying to get food into my donuts and chocolate into my mouth hole,
which is a noble pursuit.
And it's not working. How does this work? Okay.
Brain fade.
I'm just like fucking IGA. Maybe that'll work.
This was a real one. There was a rap act in the US that had an album due to come out the week after
Smackdown.
9/11 happened, and the cover artwork was of them like with like a fucking Wile E. Coyote dynamite plunger blowing up the World Trade Center because they were like anti-establishment. And this whole like thousands of these things had been pressed and were in boxes about to be shipped out, and then the World Trade, and they were like, "Well, we've got to pulp those." Fuck. And it was like, and that's real. These guys had an album cover of them with a dynamite plunger blowing up the World Trade Center. And could you imagine if it had come out the week before rather than being scheduled for the week after? It's just like, my God.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fucked.
Oh,
Like for that, like, yeah.
Justin, you're saying Seth MacFarlane was almost on the first plane. But again, every time you hear one of these big world events, there's all these people who either had near misses or they were. Okay, Megali, do you want me to find the image? I will. Let's see how good my Google Foo is. Rappers 9/11.
Yeah, you said about close things. 6 weeks after 9/11, I went to America. November.
Oh,
Yep,
getting
it
through
comes up
TSA
straight
must
away.
have been the worst.
Well, the good thing, there was two good things about it. Number one is that the plane was quite quiet. And the reason why the plane was quiet was because not many people were flying. You know, 9/11 had a massive impact on the aviation industry, good and bad, weirdly.
Yeah.
What had happened was with the whole .com bubble, you know, people were flying left, right, and center kind of stuff. So they'd been buying all these modern airplanes. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So that was it. They're called Coup. It was called Party Music. That was their album cover. It was going to come out the week after 9/11. And
That's the big oof.
oh my God, that's just fucking wild. Again, so many, because there are so many of us. You know, when you say something's 1,000,000 to 1 chance, you think you're saying that means it never. But even just in the US, you're saying like, oh, it's 1,000,000 to 1 that this would happen to someone. Well, that means it would happen to 3 people every day.
Yeah.
It's just like humans, and because I work in risk in IT and cybersecurity, and the one thing I've learned is humans are fucking terrible at calculating risk. Like someone, when they say 1,000,000 to 1, they think that means never. And they go, no, 1,000,000 to 1 things happen every fucking day somewhere in the world. Because there are billions of people in the world.
Here's a practical example. There are 62 million people or 64 million people in the UK. And, you know, you'd think 1,000,000 to 1 chance of being killed in a car crash. No, 5 people die a day, so it's a lot lower than 1,000,000 to 1.
Yeah.
A lot higher than 1,000,000 to 1. Sorry, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I'm using the wrong terminology here. You know, less likely. Equally, you know, they're like, you know, I've asked this loaded question about cyclists. You know, if I was to tell you 18 pedestrians get killed by cyclists every year in the UK, do you think that resembles reality? And like, you know, I'll get people say, I don't know, I thought it would be more. And then I would say, yeah, the number is correct per decade. 18 per decade, 1.8 a year. You know, and then I switch to the fact that 30 to 60 people get struck by lightning every year, of which on average 3 die. So you're more likely to be killed by lightning than you are to be killed by a cyclist on or off the road, no matter who was to blame.
Yeah.
You know, the idea of it is scarier than the reality of it. You know.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. And
It's a bit like the idea of pedophiles will snatch your children off the street, kind of thing.
yeah,
You know.
which doesn't happen. The danger is people they know, people in their own family.
Yeah. Or
Children are far more at risk from
link
their own
up,
family.
BBC employees.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. No. I get it. That's my sort of humor. Laura.
Another too soon thing, you know. But yeah. Oh, by the way, the Queen dying. Another sign that it wasn't looking good was when the BBC news presenters, you know, they would go off to some other thing and then they come back and they're wearing black.
I thought they were just goths. Sorry.
I saw that happen, commentated on in real time on Reddit
Okay.
as I was like just like doom scrolling through Reddit in a COVID-induced fever dream, thinking, "Oh, it's happened.
Yeah.
I guess this is it. I guess we have a king now."
I've had this.
So,
I've had this
yeah.
question.
Anyway, I'm bowing down. I'm
You're gonna
like,
fade out again. Okay.
fade
Fair
out
call.
for a little bit.
Take care.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah. you gotta
I'm
pace
not
yourself.
going. I'm just.
No, you're pacing yourself.
But I did spend those spoons wisely and have figured out the chocolate situation.
That's what we want. The chocolate delivery. Yeah.
I was just
found a 24-hour fucking grocery place, and
No.
and they don't have donuts, but they have croissants and fucking
That's good enough.
like something
Pastries
for
and
Will.
chocolate.
They got my chocolate. They got a yeah.
I
I'll be
was
back in a
actually
sec.
going to suggest you sort of bow out so you can get, you know, not if you're not feeling well, the idea of doing hangout and, you know, trying to do something else that you want is too many things to juggle. Whereas, you know, take one of those.
I'll be
away.
back in a bit.
Okay.
I'll be back in a bit.
So
Um,
Mimsy's come to join me anyway.
yeah. So here's a question for you. So
Yeah.
before Kate and William was a
Yeah.
thing,
Yes.
you know, I could quite easily imagine Australia saying, you know what, this whole monarchy thing, we like the Queen, but yeah, we think we'll go Republic after this.
Yeah.
thing. And there have been people saying that for years. And then suddenly we got William and Kate, this sort of golden couple who are a lot like, I mean, it's way before I was born type stuff, but before my mum was born stuff. Apparently, you know, Elizabeth and Philip were like this golden, beautiful couple, young and vibrant and fashionable and all that kind of stuff, you know. And it just sort of makes you wonder, okay, we've only got 20 years to deal with Charles, you know, and also we also have to remember that the last two, Charles I and Charles II, didn't really have a very good time as monarchs.
No, they did not. Charles II ended up on a chopping block, didn't he?
Yes. And also, you know, we've now got a king who thinks that homeopathy is a valid thing.
He's a bit of a weirdo. Chuckles is a bit of a weirdo.
Yeah, that's King Chuckles now.
Yeah, King Chuckles. Sorry. And also, Alexander popped in. How Tim Smith? I'm probably only half Tim Smith. Honestly, you missed the first half hour of the stream. I think I drank too much, but we're now like 2 hours, almost 3 hours in, and I'm okay. Icy Saracen, Oliver Cromwell was about us. Okay, that makes me want to tell a story. Now, I have mentioned before on the stream, I found some websites where you can get free novels and whatnot. There's one called the Baen Library, Baen, and it's a bunch of sci-fi. It's right-wing sci-fi. Most of it's not terrible. Most of it's actually pretty well written. A lot of it's very militaristic. A lot of it's alternate history stuff. but there's this one alternate history one that I quite enjoyed, where a town from West Virginia, because of weird, it turns out to be like alien magic, get transplanted into the middle of the 100 Years' War in Europe, and so they know stuff about history, and someone gets a look at their history books, and the King of England finds out Oliver Cromwell's eventually going to kill him. And so at this point in history, Oliver Cromwell is still loyal to the crown, but the king finds out Oliver Cromwell will eventually turn and kill him. And so he imprisons Oliver Cromwell. Now, these people from West by God, Virginia, their heritage is Irish and Scottish. So they've been brought up with the English are bastards, and Oliver Cromwell in particular is a bastard. And some of these people from West by God, Virginia, end up in the Tower of London with Oliver Cromwell. And some of the young folks who've always been brought up on these stories of Oliver Cromwell's a bastard, they're quite harsh to him. And then someone who's with them, who's actually their history teacher from school, says to them, you need to understand from Cromwell's point of view, the Irish people were no different to how the white settlers in America viewed the Native Americans. And there are two possible ways you can take that. It's like, so you've always felt bad about what Oliver Cromwell did to the Irish. Don't you now feel bad about what white Americans did to Native Americans? But this, because this is written by a right winger, it takes it in the other direction. It's like, so therefore you shouldn't be angry at Oliver Cromwell, because if you're going to be angry at Oliver Cromwell, you have to acknowledge that white Americans are awful for what they did to Native Americans. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to acknowledge white Americans did terrible things to Native Americans. So we are therefore going to decide Oliver Cromwell was not a bad guy. And I just found that particular mental leap really funny. Kirsten's asking Chuckles 1 and 2. Well, Chuckles 2 got hanged, I think. Did he have his head cut off, or was he hanged?
I can't remember.
But he was executed. Oliver Cromwell, there was a rebellion, and Charles II was executed. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Abigail saying he was hanged. So I'm not sure. I'll because we're on the internet. Fate of Charles I.
I'm on Wikipedia now.
7 years of fighting between Charles. Oh, Charles I was the one Oliver Cromwell killed. Okay.
Yeah, 1600, 1649. Beheading.
Okay. So Oliver Cromwell killed Charles I. I think Charles II just died of natural causes. Charles I was the one was executed.
Crazy one, wasn't he?
Sorry, what?
Wasn't he crazy or something?
No, that was George, the madness of King George.
Oh, yeah.
So Charles II led the restoration of the monarchy. So I think Charles II died of natural. Okay, Dr. Abigail. No, this is where I'm going to argue with you. To actually execute someone by hanging, they are hanged. If someone is hung, they are just suspended. Hanged is execution by hanging. So I am going to argue the point there. You are actually wrong. Executing someone by hanging, they are hanged, not hung. Hung is like clothes on a clothes rack. They're hung on a clothes rack. If someone is just suspended by ropes, they are hung by ropes. If someone is executed by hanging, they are hanged. So that's my grammar pedantry coming through. I know colloquially people refer to someone executed by hanging, they're hung. That is incorrect. If you want to be very pedantic about language, they are hanged, not hung. That's me being pedantic. So Icy Sasharan read a book called Sultan and the Queen. Queen Elizabeth coast up to the Islamic world for militarized against. Yeah. Oh, I don't know the detail of that, but particularly the Spanish Catholics, because Spain was controlled by Islamic rulers for a while. So I imagine you could have got Islamic people to team up against Spain quite easily.
Okay, is it just me, or does the phrase "shots fired"
Laura?
pop to mind?
Angry Aussie?
Yes.
I bow to your correctness.
Yes, I was in fact correct on that. That's one I happen to know. And yeah, when you're talking about a well-hung, you're talking about a well-hung king. You're not talking about Charles I. He was well hanged.
One thing you can say about Charles, the new Charles III,
New King Chuckles.
yeah, is that he was. You only have to look at his ears to say that his father's son.
Oh yeah, there's not really much doubt of that.
Now
yeah.
Prince Harry.
Oh my god, that is so funny when you see pictures of that guy that everyone thought Di was banging, and he looks so much like Harry. That's fucking hilarious as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And then there was that story because of all the gossip. They saying we did a DNA test and he's Charles's son. It's going. We believe you. We absolutely believe you. You definitely wouldn't lie to us on that front.
You know the bullshit that went on yesterday as well, because people were slating Harry's wife for not going.
Oh yeah, Meghan Markle. Yeah,
but Kate didn't go.
Yeah, no. Oh my god, it is freaky as fuck, the levels of racism in global media is fucking wild.
I know. It wasn't really in the media. It was just, the people who hate her because she'd be brown or partially brown.
Oh, look, Icy Saracen, there have been rumors about both male and female monarchs through the years that they actually preferred their own gender, but that, they got married and produced offspring for the sake of the crown. But there have been rumors about royalty for hundreds of years about which one actually preferred their own gender. But, it's hard. No, sorry. You can't see. Mimsy's doing weird shit climbing up. No. Say hello to everyone, Mimsy, but you can't climb up on the desk there. No. She's being very weird. Tell you what, I might... Musafa, can you get drunk from rum and raisin? No, you can't. Legally, rum and raisin chocolate cannot contain more than like 0.01% alcohol or something. It can't be alcohol. So it has a rum flavor in it, but it doesn't have alcohol or not measurable amounts of alcohol.
Speaking of alcohol, here's a picture from last week. Just about 3 hours from now, it'll be exactly a week. That's my friends and I had brambles.
Bramble is a lovely drink.
Mm.
That's like gin and jam, basically.
Yeah.
Bramble is a fantastic drink. Now, I might make a bramble. That sounds like a great idea. But I am just going to. I'm going to play. What's a short video? Oh, the one I made for whiskey. Oh, what the fuck is that? Stop that. Christ, YouTube does some weird fucking things occasionally.
Are we having a yellow alert situation?
We're having a 3-minute break. Oh my god, my fucking player has been okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm half Tim Smith, so manipulating freaking things. Oh yes, Dingle Doty, a bramble with whiskey. Yes, That is also good. You can fucking put whiskey in anything. So I'm going to have another wee break. This is about 3 minutes. So I'll share this. Okay. So this is from Whiskey Sour Day. I'll wait a sec. What I'll do this. There you go. Look at that. It's full screen. I'm going to switch my microphone off.
Cocktail lovers, and welcome to the Cocktail Day, where we bring you all the excitement of big league cocktails. I'm Chuck Katz, and with me is my co-host, Archbishop. Yeah, and today we're going to mark Whiskey Sour Day with Mr. Angry showing us what makes a bad whiskey sour and what makes a good whiskey sour. Well, that intrigues me because I've always enjoyed a whiskey sour, so I'm wondering how people could screw up such a pretty easy cocktail.
One thing, Chuck, sour mix. Never use sour mix. This comes straight from the devil. I'll let you decide what bodily fluid it is.
Well, from the look of it, it's piss. Well, I'm going to say it's jizz. How do you figure that? Well, this is the devil we're talking about. What makes you think infernal fluids? Why do you think they'll be the same as human ones? Oh, fair call. I forgot you're a student of the occult.
Back to the real evil. I don't even know where this comes from. I'm assuming it was left over from some party or other, just been gathering dust. I saw whiskey sour days coming up, so I thought I'm going to make a whiskey sour with this just to get a real comparison of how terrible it is. There's 70 mils in this little bottle, so I'm guessing that's enough for 2 drinks. So I'm going to add half of this and 2 ounces of a whiskey I'm probably going to regret wasting to a shaker glass, add ice, shake and serve. With my apologies, there it is.
Oh, that tastes like sugar and disappointment. Oh, I was going to say saccharine and despair.
You get what I'm saying? This is not how you make a good cocktail. I remember hearing stories of Americans saying they thought a whiskey sour was a terrible drink, and I couldn't work out why. And then I heard it's because they had this college experience where it was cheap whiskey and that sour mix crap. No wonder they didn't like it. Here's how easy it is to make a good whiskey sour. Start with 2 ounces or 60 mils of a whiskey you like in a shaker glass. To that, you want to add half an ounce to 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice according to your taste. Use fresh if you've got it, but whichever you go with, around 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice in your shaker. Next, we want to add half an ounce or 15 mils of sugar syrup to our shaker. To put a little bit of complexity in there, it's worth adding 2 to 3 dashes of Angostura bitters into your shaker as well. And I like my sour foamy, so I'm going to add a couple of drops of Wonder Foam. Of course, you can use egg white or aquafaba, however you like to do it, but we add that, and that's all our ingredients. To get the best foamy result, we're going to start with a dry shake. That means no ice in the shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, give that a really solid shake for 20 or so seconds. Then we add ice to the shaker, put it together again, bang it in hard, shake that for another 15 to 20 seconds. We strain that into a chilled glass, add a couple of drops of Angostura bitters to the foam if you're feeling fancy, and there we have a whiskey sour that's actually good.
Now this is a good drink. Get a great balance between the whiskey, sugar and lemon. Oh, and the waft of the bitters from the top. That's a nice dimension too. You know, this makes me want to add something to our usual motto, Arch. What, you mean on top of life's too short to waste time on boring cocktails? Yes, I'd like to add friends don't let friends use sour mix. Cheers!
Okay, where are we? Stop that. No, that's the wrong thing. Remove. Add to stream. Sorry, there's a big wrong in front of Dr. Abigail. What's that about?
I was wrong.
Oh, but that's okay.
Yeah, but
Despite
I'm just
Just
being
acknowledging.
humble and acknowledging that I was wrong.
despite what the internet says, it's not illegal.
To be wrong.
Yeah, it's amazing how it's somehow bad to be wrong sometimes. It's just weird to me.
What's bad is to refuse to admit to being wrong and to dig in really hard, and that terrible phrase, "I have a right to my opinion." Going,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean anything. What does that mean? You have an opinion on something that I can factually prove, and your opinions. What do you mean you have the right to an opinion?
The
It's
phrase is
weird.
alternative facts, isn't it?
Oh my God, that was a horrible moment in history when Trump
Right.
press secretary just said we have alternative facts, and the U.S. press did not shout her down and say, "The fuck are you talking about, you psychopath?"
Also, while I was doing the whole Uber Eats chocolate thing, the
Yeah.
store closed, and
Oh
chocolate
no!
didn't happen. So now
Oh,
I'm left
dear.
with super expensive, like, service station places and 24-hour, like even more expensive 24-hour convenience places in the city that charge a fortune, and I just can't afford it. I'm not going to spend twice the price just for
Yeah.
chocolate, because I'm wrong. Because I'm wrong. I was wrong. I'm on the internet and I said something and it wasn't true. It was factually incorrect. I'm wrong about something. Therefore,
What are you wrong about?
I was someone who is executed by hanging. The past tense of hang in that instance is hanged, not hung.
Do not know. I knew that.
Yeah, well, I've got fucking COVID brain. So
Oh, that's
yeah,
the excuse now.
yes, it is. I'm sticking to it.
It's an excellent excuse.
Yes, look,
I understand why you say wrong now.
I'm
It's
wrong.
completely justified.
Thank you, Will. Thank you. Will agrees. I don't know how much of that you heard, but he agrees it's completely justified.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I've heard that it may be a thing, but may not be a thing. That the whole hormones thing can give you a time of the month, although,
I've heard that.
Yeah, so just like, maybe.
Oh my God.
And look, during the worst of the whole COVID fever, I actually wasn't taking my a lot of my meds on time, and one of the ones I accidentally skipped the most are my hormone tablets, because it's a different delivery mechanism. I don't just take it and swallow it with water. I have to put it under my lip and let it get absorbed sublingually. So sometimes I just forget, or just oh God, I want to eat as well. And so the past couple of days I just hadn't been taking it, and so today I did, and so now I might have also hormone brain, I guess. I could just be wrong.
I know what you mean. When I don't know if I had COVID or just flu, because I know there is a summer flu that's been going around. But I felt awful, and my voice was just sounded like a tiger, But when I get ill, my way of doing things is I go to sleep when I feel sleepy. I get up when I don't feel sleepy anymore, and I don't care what the clock says.
Fair enough.
The problem with doing that is that, it's easy to, did I take my pills or not? And when do I take them? And when did I last eat? Because one of my medications is levothyroxine, because of the thyroid issue. And that has to be taken 20 to 30 minutes before you eat, which is why I fainted in the shower, if you remember.
Damn.
But so yeah, it's a real did I take the pills or not? And I've got I've got these pill box things, that I keep my medications in. I have a morning and an afternoon, a morning and night one. And when I say morning, it's not actually morning; it's the afternoon, early afternoon. But
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, it can screw you up with taking your medicines on time.
Yeah.
Did I take it last night, or did I forget? I can't remember. And then you end up sort of you get to the end of the week and you've got one extra. It's like, I didn't take it.
Yeah. God, sorry, I had flashbacks to the movie Memento. Guy Pearce in it. Classic movie. There's a whole thing about not being able to retain memories for more than 8 seconds.
What was it? I don't think it was 8 seconds. It was if he went to sleep, he'd forget everything again.
No, he would forget stuff after. I think 8 seconds is wrong.
8 hours.
Let me look it up, because the movie's told in reverse. But from 2000, that movie's already 22 years old. Jesus Christ, I'm old. So the plot.
I've got to go out a while because I've got a blood test today. So
oh yeah,
I'm going to be doing makeup now.
Okay, fair call. So Leonard is right. Sorry, I'm going to search. Oh my God, I'm typing about Memento. How long does he remember? How long does Leonard's memory last at a time? That's the question I wanted. Well, that's not what I want.
Why not just look up Wikipedia?
Oh, God, that was stupid. Cora's useless. Is it 15 minutes? Oh, what the fuck! I'm only half Tim Smith, but I can't be looking up stuff at the moment because I can't focus. But yeah, it's the thing in Memento. Leonard can remember what's happening for a limited amount of time, and then he just forgets because he can't make new memories, and he remembers what's happening for somewhere between 8 and 15 minutes. And then he won't remember what happened. He can't form any new memories. I haven't watched that in ages. I feel like I should watch it again, actually. And I know someone did it because Memento goes backwards. It does these several minute chunks and does them in reverse. I know someone recut it so you could watch it and watch it forward. Made it a bit easier to understand what's happening. I just noticed some Heine was watching Formula One and the British broadcasters were really somber. They couldn't work up much enthusiasm. Oh God, I did see the two most fucking out there bits of video I saw about it. One was deliberately inflammatory. It was an Irish football crowd going with this huge chant of Lizzie's in a box. Because it's just like saying, but there was this thing done on American TV and particularly American commercial TV, particularly those morning shows. They cannot handle tone because there's always got to be a new thing and they've always got to be selling things. And I saw this bit of video from one of the American morning shows where the really somber voice picture of Queen Elizabeth and people around the world are remembering Queen Elizabeth. And then it cuts this person who's surrounded by people, but here we're all excited and everyone starts cheering because it's football season. And it's just like the fact that you did that without, you could have at least gone to a commercial break. Like, ooh, we're all very somber about Queen Elizabeth. Now we'll go to a commercial break and then come back and have people cheering about football. But it literally went from moment to moment. We are very somber about the death of Queen Elizabeth, but we're all excited about football. And all these people start cheering. And it was so fucking weird. It was so strange. But that's American TV for you. American TV is quite strange. Sorry, Mimsy's being very sooky and sitting on me and whatnot. Sorry, Mimsy, I think I want to get up and make myself a drink. Oh my God, it's 11:16 already. All right, I feel like I'm going through well. I really thought in the first half hour I was going to wipe myself out. But oh my God, I'm so glad these are not thin. I just had Mimsy scrabbling on my thigh if I wasn't wearing fairly tough. They're not denim, they're like canvas pants. But if I wasn't wearing fairly tough pants, she would have just shredded my thighs. Wouldn't you? Yeah, now you're going to sit up here, and that's far more respectable. Sit up there and be quiet, Miss Mimsy. Tell you what I'm going to do. I can't be bothered mixing a drink, but I have several pre-mixed drinks because that's how I roll. I could do this one, but I think I'll put this back in the fridge. Like Death and Taxes. Ooh, I've got that bloody apple liqueur I made in the fridge, which is super good. But I think I might have an old-fashioned. I made a batched old-fashioned. Fletcher. How you doing, Fletcher? No, I don't have Bailey's, Fletcher. I do have some cream liqueurs in the fridge. Not Bailey's, though. All right, so I'm going to get a new cube of big ice. Because that's how we roll with big ice. All right. Kirsten heading off to bed. That's fair. It's like after 11. Going to bed. I think I'm going to try and manage it till, I don't know, at least midnight. So that's another 45 minutes.
I can't find the exact amount of time the Guy Pearce character couldn't,
Yeah.
I thought it was a day, but it seems that I was.
Oh, you don't have the overlay thing. No, it was a number of minutes. That's the whole premise of the movie.
Yeah, I don't have that technical ability.
Yeah, I couldn't, honestly, I couldn't do that either. I could not have an overlay like that. Abigail's got a more complex setup than I have.
Yeah. I have an idea of how I could do it, but...
I do it. So, Fletcher, you've had a curse today. Gypsy, that just reminded me, I finally got around to watching the final season of Peaky Blinders, which was quite good, I thought.
Filmed in Manchester, by the way.
Yes. Not just filmed in Manchester, but set in Manchester.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting because, I mean, today gypsy's a slur. The same people that are portrayed in Peaky Blinders prefer to be called travellers now. But at the time that Peaky Blinders is set, they self-described as gypsies. Things change.
I really like the way, kind of a sort of slight off tangent for a second. The there was his Dark Materials, you know, the Golden Compass thing.
Yeah, that I didn't.
Had
I
the
thought
Gyp-
that was pretty good.
Yeah, they had the Egyptians, which I thought was quite cool.
Yeah,
Almost
yeah.
has bits
I don't know if
Egypt.
they're making another season of his Dark Materials, but I'd watch it because I watched the ones they already did.
Yeah, they did them a few years ago, didn't they?
I got super fucking excited because, God, half of what I watch on YouTube is trailers for movies and TV series, and I was surprised there was a trailer for The Peripheral, which is a Amazon Prime series based on William Gibson's most recent novels, and I fucking love William Gibson. My two favorite authors, Neil Gaiman and William Gibson. William Gibson's the guy who popularized the concept of cyberpunk, and his most recent one's The Peripheral. It's actually this weird fucking trippy concept that's a little difficult to describe, but they're these people who have this headset and they think they're playing a sort of game, but what they're doing is connecting to an alternate reality, and you eventually work out there are these people and they're in a time that's our future when basically everything bad we're worried about happens, and that it all happens at once, and it results in the death of about 90% of the human population and 90% of animal species in the world extinct. But weirdly, kind of like after the Black Death, the people who survive, life is actually pretty good because there's no resource shortage and but the people in this future, they find, and no one's quite sure where it comes from, but there are these what they think are computer programs at first, but when they connect to them, it's sometime in their past, and they come to believe it's actually real. It's like an alternate reality. It's not a VR game. But once you connect to one of these threads from a different timeline, from that point on, everything happens in real time. Like you can't jump once you've connected to this stub, they call them. You can't go forward or back. You are now tracking in real time with them. But from the perspective of these people in the future, the people on this stub in this system, they might be 10, 20, 30, 40 years earlier. So because the people in this future have suffered this cataclysm they call the jackpot because everything rolled up at once, they are trying to save the people in these other timelines from suffering the same thing. And the TV show is made by the same people who made Westworld, apparently. And I quite like Westworld. So I didn't even know this was a thing, and it's going live next month. So I'm actually pretty pumped for that. Sorry, Fletcher, you were just saying your grandmother's from Manchester. So that's probably where you got the saying about that. That sounds right. That where you get the saying of a gypsy curse. Yeah, she was a pagan witch. Yeah, well, that was the fun thing in Peaky Blinders. The characters very thoroughly 100% believing in gypsy magic. Megaleech, I've only watched the first episode of Westworld season 4. My favorite thing about the Westworld TV series, because if you know the old Westworld movie, it's just about theme park where there are robots and humans get to kill them. The robots revolt and kill all the humans. So with the TV series, that's what you expect it to be. But it's not. But then it turns out that is what happens in season 2. In season 2, you expect a particular thing to happen, but that doesn't happen. Season 2 turns into what you thought season 1 would be. And then season 3 turns into what you thought season 2. It's again, it's kind of hard to explain, but I think the Westworld TV series is very good. I've only watched the first episode of season 4. Fletcher, I watched a couple of episodes of Wayward Wayward Pines, but it started to give me the shits, and so I stopped watching it.
One of the things that I was hoping was going to go well, but they cancelled it sadly, and that was Caprica, which was the offshoot of the Battlestar Galactica one.
Yeah, it was a prequel for Battlestar Galactica. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's
I
like,
never watched that, I have to admit.
it was pretty good. I mean, you know, it wasn't brilliant, but it wasn't terrible either. You know what I mean?
It was a bit like a soap opera from what I saw.
Yeah, kind of, I suppose. You know,
It was all about families.
yeah. There was. I think a part of it was they fleshed out a bunch of stuff. You know, like for example, they had a version of like the Mafia Taurans.
Yeah.
You know, they'll wear the hats with a little, you know, feather in it or something.
Yeah.
And you know, there's this sort of moral code, and you know, someone's breaking away from it, or you know, it just, you know, it's interesting the way the different. Because you got the 12 colonies, which are your star signs.
The
you know.
horoscope signs, yes.
Yeah, and so it was kind of fleshing out bits of that, what the society was about.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you know, they're all refugees in the TV show.
Yes.
So
Yes.
as a result, you know, it only kind of gets brought up here and there. Whereas with this Caprica show, it was showing what the society was like. Because effectively what happens is you've got a guy who is creating these robot soldiers. And of course, we now call them Cylons. You know, so it's like, you know, that's how it began. You know, in fact, ironically, I recently, like last week, I got my Air Force's monthly magazine, and it's like basically military plane stuff. I still like to keep in touch with that stuff. And one of the things they've got is basically a little stealth plane that is, you know, has a sort of form of artificial intelligence. And it's like, you know, it's like, oh, are we going to be going into Terminator here? You know, because
very Skynet. Yeah.
Like, yeah, we've given artificial intelligence bombs.
Yeah. And that is where. Sorry, I just want to say.
This might be a bad thing ultimately.
Oh, yeah. Just do it. Fletcher said you didn't like the Battlestar Galactica remake to America. Again, we all have different tastes. I loved Battlestar Galactica. I particularly love the bit on Occupied New Caprica, which whenever anyone watches it back, I love reminding them this went to air at the height of the Iraq invasion. And in this season, the good guys are doing suicide bombings and infiltrate. And that was gutsy TV. Oh, Megalich, you're saying Mormon overtones? I think I might be wrong. I think it was actually Scientology. I think the guys behind the show were Scientologists. I could be wrong on that, but I think they were actually pushing Scientology. Safa watched Terminator 2 in 4K Blu-ray. I haven't watched the most recent, and I'm probably not missing much by not watching the most recent Terminator 1, but I want to watch it at some point.
Oh, hey, if you want to watch something, look at things, watch something from a slightly different perspective, try watching the original Predator movie, but turn the color off, have it in black and white.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of more chilling in that way. Because where you've got the alien sort of up in the trees and can you see them and stuff, you know, it just, I don't know. It's I know it's almost like a sort of film noir kind of coloring, but you know, it just sort of makes it a little bit more edgy somehow.
Yeah.
And the only reason I discovered that is because when I was at school, bear in mind this was, I think it was an 18 certificate movie.
Yeah.
You know, well, Yale showing kids, you know, like 12 to 16 kind of an age. So, but anyway, we would have that on. And unfortunately, the television we had was a bit old and the color went on it. and that's
Right.
how I found out. It's like, wow, this is actually more chilling and more, a bit more scary in black and white.
Well, that's interesting. You brought into my mind. I've got the what's called the black and chrome version of Mad Max Fury Road, which is definitely, it's like, I think it's one of the best films of the 21st century. And the theatrical release, the color is a big part of it. So you think, why would black and white be good? It's fucking amazing, though. It's high contrast black and white. And George Miller was inspired to do it. He said ever since when he was making Mad Max 2, when they were watching the rushes after a day of shooting, they can do a quick print in the olden days. They can do a quick print of the film on black and white, and they could watch it in the end of the day. And George Miller said when he was watching the rushes of Mad Max 2 in this sort of high contrast black and white, he loved it. He went, oh God, I wish I could release the film like this, but they'd never let me do it. So in this modern age of multiple digital releases, there was a special disc release called the black and chrome version. It's fucking great. And again, I say this as someone who loves Fury Road, just the beautiful color in the theatrical release, but this black and chrome version is just like fucking yeah. So Megaleech has pointed out I'm wrong. I think he's got from a Wikipedia entry, rework Battlestar Galactica influenced by the Book of Mormon. Oh, sorry. Megaleech, Larson? Are you talking about the original Battlestar Galactica there?
The original one, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, no. Glenn Larson, you're talking about the original one there. I'm talking about the remake.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay,
So
do I do this now? Oh no, it's the other way around still. There we go.
Were you wrong about something on the internet?
Megaleech is pointing out the guy who did the original Battlestar Galactica was a Mormon, and I was talking about, I thought there was some Scientology. I was talking about the remake, and I could be wrong because I can't find any support for it. But I feel like when it was going to air, there was some talk about the guys who did the remake were Scientologists, and they were slipping some Scientology into it. So Megaleech has pinned the original Battlestar Galactica is virtually Mormons in space, which is good.
Is that like Jews in space?
That Mel Brooks, that was fucking hilarious. When he threw that in at the end of the History of the World Part 1, and then he eventually made what? Spaceballs, which was where he's just expanded his Jews in space idea. But
I loved Spaceballs.
I didn't. But
I was of that. Yeah, I was a kid too, so I kind of like it hit that spot where I was just young enough.
Here's the weird thing, because Mel Brooks is a comedic genius. I will not argue that. Mel Brooks is fucking amazing, and that was over like 5 or 6 decades he was making shit. I don't think he produced a commercial work that was particularly funny after Young Frankenstein. So I think everything he produced, personally, I think everything he produced after that is kind of shit. And some people love Spaceballs, some people love Men in Tights, and that's all. But here's the weirdest thing, to me at least. Jerry Seinfeld did that thing, Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, and a lot of people shit on it for very good reasons. I will admit to liking it, particularly when Jerry Seinfeld just lets the other person talk, because he gets interesting people and he just lets them talk. Not always. Sometimes he makes it about him, and that's less interesting. But he had one episode with Mel Brooks, and Mel Brooks was, I think, sharing a house with Carl Reiner, and these guys were super fucking old. Like, the episode of Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee with Mel Brooks was only a couple years before Mel Brooks died. But I was watching it, and I was like, Mel Brooks hasn't done anything funny since.
Mel Brooks is dead?
Yes. And I'm all like,
I
Mel Brooks
didn't
hasn't done
know that
anything
either.
funny since
It's
the
okay.
70s. But watching him just talking to Jerry Seinfeld, he was fucking hilarious. This was this really old guy, and his brain was still firing, and he was just coming up with this stuff. And I was watching this going, holy fuck, Mel Brooks is still funny. It's like, I don't think he can't operate within Hollywood because that's just ridiculous bullshit. But if you just get Mel Brooks and let him talk, Mel Brooks is fucking
I'm sorry,
funny.
Mel Brooks is not dead.
Yes, he is.
No, he's still alive.
No way. Sorry, I'm just.
Are you wrong, Angry?
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up.
He's dead? When did this happen?
He's not. How the fuck is he not dead? How the fuck is he not dead?
Right. Okay, I don't deserve this anymore. The mantle
take
is
it
now
off.
passed to
How the-
you.
How the fuck is Mel Brooks not dead? My God, this has happened before on streams where we go and we've assumed someone's dead, and we've looked them up, and they're not dead, and it's like, what the fuck? How are they not dead? Yes, thank you, Laura. That's how it works.
Oh dear. I think
I'm trying to think if StreamYard will let me do something like that.
you can have your byline.
I can do this. Hang on.
Do your byline at the bottom.
Sorry, I'm working on something.
Mel Brooks is not dead. Angry Aussie is wrong.
There, I can do that.
And by the way, obviously, same age as same age as the Queen was.
Yes, actually, I noticed that when I looked it up. Yes, and rabid game fan Mel Brooks has outlived the Queen. And Fletcher says Mel Brooks put out memoirs last year. That's probably worth reading because, like I said, when I watched Mel Brooks, and I'm very cynical, I was like, Mel Brooks hasn't done anything funny since the 70s. He was really funny. Or just watching him talk to Jerry Seinfeld, he was very funny. So Safa must have looked this up. Brooks received star at age 96. There you go. Okay. Sure. Okay, that's a weird thing about the Hollywood Walk of Fame stars. The person on them actually pays for them.
Which is the reason why
Yeah, and pays like insurance, yearly insurance, and
Because
everything.
Donald Trump paid for one for his TV work, and apparently people keep destroying it or just putting TikTok videos of pissing on it. So I think the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce actually removed the Donald Trump one because people kept destroying it.
it would be very, very comical if it was next to, some porn studio, like
It would
Donald
be
Trump
apt.
porn studio next to it.
Yeah. So
By the way, and I'm going to talk about something that you're going to probably roll your eyes at.
right.
So, do you remember I told you I liked Neighbours? I
Yeah.
actually watched the last of it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Lots of people got into that final episode. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, and I found myself crying.
Well, look, I tell you what, I never watched Neighbours, don't give a shit, but Neighbours was a training ground for hundreds of people. Not just a bunch of big name actors came out of it, but just on the technical side, the crew people and the writers and everything, Neighbours was a training ground over the decades for hundreds of people, and it is actually leaving a massive gap in Australia's arts and entertainment to not have something like that running.
Yeah, similar wise, British actors, there are lots of them, but when you look at like big name Hollywood films, so much of the people at the end credits are British. It's amazing how many.
Yeah.
I bet the same thing with Australians.
I'm always fascinated because we do have some pretty high-end computer graphics, video effects development houses in Australia. I'm always amazed at the number of films and prestige TV and streaming series that when you see the credits at the end, there will be all these various things about various Australian governments, state governments provided funding because a bunch of the effects was actually produced in Australia. And it keeps coming, and it's hilarious. You sit there and you go watching a movie, and then this thing about, and with funding from the Victorian state government. I'm like, cool, my tax dollars paid for this movie. Okay. But that means it gave people work as well. So
yeah. Likewise, you see a lot of American movies are filmed in Vancouver.
Yeah. Oh, good. Last 10
filmed.
years, Georgia, the US state of Georgia, must have been giving film and TV production huge tax breaks because a shit ton of TV shows and movies in the last 10 years have been made in Georgia. So I assume the state of Georgia is giving them massive fucking tax breaks.
I know it's tailed off a little bit in more recent years because of their anti-LGBT and stuff like that,
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, why would we want to have a business there? We're going to move,
in Georgia, yeah.
Yeah. Then again, we got the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Disney said, you know what, we're going to move to, New York or something,
Yeah. They had that whole thing with Florida again, because the weirdo disconnected from reality right wingers in America have decided recently that Disney is evil. So there's that super weird thing in Florida, which is super fucking Weirdville, where they've gone, Disney has this special status. Disney World there does. We're revoking that. And it sounds like they're doing a big thing. Then a bunch of people pointed out that move is actually going to cost the taxpayers of Florida more because a whole bunch of stuff that Disney was doing themselves now must be done by the state. And so these ridiculous right-wingers grandstanding are actually costing Floridians more. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yes, Fletcher, Chris Hemsworth worked with Taika Waititi to get the most recent Thor movie made in Australia. I haven't watched it yet. It must be showing up free on some streaming service soon. I can't be bothered paying for things. Like June just came out free on the streaming services. So Mrs. Angry and I watched that again on date night last Saturday night, which was good. That June was actually the last movie we watched in a cinema because with COVID, we don't want to be in a cinema in a closed room with other people with recirculated air. That seems like a real fucking bad idea. Yes, a Mega Leech. I have actually okay because Mega Leech mentioned Obliteraces to me one time. I've played Obliteraces. It's quite fun. 90% on 90% off on Steam. There you go. Who wants a copy? Yeah, June
What's
was
it
good
called?
to rewatch it. Was good.
Do you know what I find interesting is the accent version, because you and I will say June, and it sounds like the month after May.
Yes,
Where in America it's Dune.
Dune. Yes,
Ugh.
accents are fun.
Obliteraces.
You know, we will say something is stupid. In America, it's stupid.
Yeah. Oh yes, no, that's a fun one. Dingle Doty, that clown Ron DeSantis, who sees himself as the inheritor of the Trump mantle. He's literally copying Trump mannerisms, vocal and physical mannerisms. That the right wing in America is down the toilet. It's unsalvageable. It's fucked. So I'm saying it's not Dune, it's Dune. Yes, we'll say Dune.
I've got to go. It's 15 minutes before my blood test. I'm getting blood tests today for both my thyroid thing, but also my HRT thing, because here's the fun part about that. The last time I had my the results of my blood test and I spoke to the gender doctor, it's like, okay, well, we'll look about doing a blocker, but my testosterone has really dropped, so I may not even need a blocker, which can have side effects, and those aren't brilliant. But also that, the last thing is like, have you had any thoughts about surgery? And, there's a backlog waiting list problem because COVID, like everything else. And so, So in the next couple of weeks, when I arrange to have a discussion with the gender doctor, I could be put on the list for surgery. So that's
okay.
Anyway, I've got to put my cardigan on and hope it doesn't rain.
Okay. I hope it doesn't rain on you.
Distance, and I'm hoping it doesn't rain because I want to ride my bike and get there quick. Anyway, take care. Have a nice week.
Right, thank you for dropping in. It's lovely to see you.
Yes, you too.
Bye.
Bye. I hope you get better soon, Abigail.
Thank you.
Bye.
Heine, you're saying it's England's rain. Melbourne, I think we're getting rain all weekend. Not necessarily lots of rain, but rain.
Is it the weekend already?
It's the weekend. It's almost midnight.
I've lost track of the day of the week.
Oh yeah, my COVID wasn't as bad as yours, but nothing meant anything when I was just you're like moving around your apartment. 99% of the time I stayed in my bedroom. It's just
that's got to be
sometimes
1,000 times worse.
Late at night when everyone went to bed, I would sneak out and get something from the kitchen.
Yeah.
And because I was streaming while I was in there, because I wasn't that bad and I was bored. And I was like, I think it was by about Thursday of my COVID week, I was going, I shouldn't drink alcohol, but I want to. So everyone's gone to bed, so no one know I'm being bad. So I'm going to sneak out. And I'm going to go and mix myself a drink and then bring it back in the bedroom. And later Mrs. Angry said, I heard you walking about. And I was like, nah, I didn't do that. I didn't have the bedroom. And she went, didn't you? And I went, nah.
No.
No, I didn't do that.
Well, okay, so I had a friend deliver some medication. And I've had a bunch of people deliver things like food and shit.
Yeah.
And today actually, I snuck outside into the corridor for
to the corridor.
2 seconds just outside, and it was like, oh my god, fresh air. And Will was like, get back inside. I'm like, but it's so nice out here. said, "It's cold. Close the door." I'm like boiling up, and he's over there just like just with no symptoms. I tested. Okay, Tuesday morning, I wake up and feel like shit. So I'm like, oh god, what ungodly thing has happened? So I do a rat test, thinking, oh, just to be sure, and sure enough, it comes back
COVID.
positive.
The
But like
spicy
I've gone
cough.
to yes, but like I do the test here at my desk, and then take it to my bed and just like pass out in bed and set my alarm on my watch,
Yeah.
right? And then 15 minutes later it goes off and I just like reach over, have a look, squint, and then just fuck. And and that woke me up.
Yeah.
Because I was coughing and everything and I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
tired.
yeah.
And then I was just like, well, I've got COVID.
Oh no.
And then Will had to do a test, and thank fuck it came back positive. Thank fuck you had COVID.
Yeah, because then you would.
I would have had to stay in my bedroom,
Yeah.
which would have been hell. Because you've met me, right? Have you
Yes, I
seen how
Yes.
how bad I get with just one monitor on my laptop?
Yeah.
Can you imagine being so close to my desktop
And
and
not being allowed to
yeah,
go out there.
yeah,
Yeah.
it just wouldn't have happened. I
Yeah.
would have just coughed on Will and said, "You've got COVID now," and then just
Yeah.
come out here.
Well, the weirdest thing that happened to me, because it was like, it was young Mr. Angry got it from someone that he went out with, and then I got it from him. So we were isolating, and Mrs. Angry and young Ms. Angry never got it. So isolating within a household works. But the funniest thing for me that happened, because I'd be just sitting in the bedroom on a computer doing stuff, and more than once this thought popped into my head: I'm being super fucking rude just staying in here on my computer. I should go out and then talk and then interact. And I was literally going, yeah, it's rude to be in here. And then I'd go, oh no, wait, you've got COVID. It's like your fucking brain
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
It was just ridiculous.
So Safa, I like when food has been dropped off, I've been like opening up the security door and just like reaching an arm out to get the bag, and then like that's all I've been doing.
Yeah.
And I've been wearing a mask and all that all that shit
Yeah.
as far as
And
I remember.
I mean, and young Mr. Angry was really good because he,
Not been wearing a mask.
if I remember the day of the week,
Haven't I?
like he was out on the weekend, and then on about the Tuesday, he got told that someone he was out with on the weekend tested positive, and he was like, ugh, I should. No, it was like Thursday. He got told someone he'd been out with tested positive, and he was, ugh, I bad. And he voluntarily isolated in his room, did a rat, came back negative, and then we did a sort of second rat, came back negative. And it got to the Saturday, and we said, okay, if you test negative again, you can come out of the room. He tested positive. And at that point, I'm like, wake up. My throat feels like you said your throat felt on Thursday. So Mrs. Angry and I went out for PCR tests on the Sunday. Hers came back negative. Mine came back positive. And she stayed negative, which is hilarious because we snogged, right? Super gay shit happening in my house. This is the thing Abigail says whenever
Kissing,
she's here.
that's so gay.
If Mrs. Angry and I kiss, she goes, no, gay. But she stayed negative. And that was the thing on Sunday, because she works for health. They sort of fast tracked her test results, and she got her result early, and it was negative. And my throat was fucked. I'm going, I am reasonably positive I'm going to return a positive thing. And we said we should act like it's positive. So she slept in a different room to me on Sunday night, and I still didn't have result. And I went to bed by myself, and 10:30, my phone goes bing, and there's a thing saying you tested positive. It's like, okay, we made the right decision. Yeah, okay. And so then I was isolating for the next week.
Hey, do you know where?
Yeah.
Do you know where my hot glue gun went?
Are you asking me where your hot glue gun went?
Yes.
No, I
couldn't find it before. I couldn't find it. Just curious. I was looking for. I've got this bag of gypsum around here somewhere. I don't suppose you've seen
Sure.
it. Have you?
Bag of gypsum is that street slang for cocaine?
It's like a
now?
powdered gypsum.
I
Gypsum
know.
is
I know.
a mineral. If
Yeah.
Stella were here, like Stella would know exactly what it is. She's a
I always
geologist.
think it was street slang for cocaine. I was like, eh.
No, I mean it's a white powder, but it's not a.
That's why I thought it might have been street slang.
No.
Fletcher, I have not been on any TV commercial, let alone driving a car. Oh,
I just
yes.
noticed
Does
that-
Dr. Abigail want a
that
copy
this-
of Obliteraces?
I mean, it's not my kind of game to be.
It was
be
kind
fair.
of
I had a
fun.
look
I
at it.
played it a while
It
back.
looks awesome. It looks
Yeah.
like it would be fun if you had like a bunch of people together and just like play it, like if you were at a LAN session or something.
Yeah.
But I'm more of a solo gamer.
I played it myself
sit
because
back
there's a
and
solo
chill.
version. There's a solo version of
Okay.
Obliteraces. I fucking hate playing
Okay.
network games because I hate other people. Like I play Red Dead, and people say, "Do you play Red Dead online?" I go, "No," because enjoyment of like Grand Theft Auto Online, the enjoyment of the game is limited by the most toxic person playing, and it's like,
Well,
fuck that.
that's like, I mean, one thing at a time, because I get sidetracked very
Yes,
easily. And we could do a stream with a bunch of us, which is an idea I had about.
that's a fun idea.
Short answer, Mega Leech. Sure. I'm happy to pay for it. Like even at full price, it's not that expensive. And if it was made by a friend of yours, I'd like.
Brother, I think.
Is there a way I can get it without giving money to Steam and still play it on Steam? I don't think there is a way to do that. Anyway, I don't know. Short answer, like yes, I'll check it out and leave a review. Secondly, to what you say, Angry, that like that kind of that mindset is like the when like in a multiplayer game when you're at the whim of the lowest common denominator, it's only true of very few games, and those games cater for that type of audience that thrive on that kind of environment where they just troll each other. Like if you want, you would hate Rust, for example. Rust is exactly that type of game, and they love it. They love for the lols and for the memes, and the toxicness is part of their fun. Whereas like a lot of other multiplayer games, they either foster a community that doesn't include that kind of behavior. They what's the word? They have tools to weed those types of people out. They they might do like a private server kind of situation where you join a player group or something
Yeah.
like that. Or if it's massively multiplayer, then they might have PvP and non-PvP areas, or just it's not a PvP game, or not have voice chat or whatever. So I think like what you're describing is like a worst case scenario. That is certainly not true of every single multiplayer game.
My view of humanity is assuming worst case scenarios.
Yeah, but like you can't color every single multiplayer game with the same
Oh,
brush.
I'm not even talking
because
about
we've-
multiplayer games. I'm just talking about going out into the
Oh.
world.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm talking about interactions with humans. I assume worst case scenarios.
Okay, Mr. Pessimist.
Yeah.
Like, why would you even bother going out at all?
I don't. It's just like,
Ugh.
no, I go out to buy alcohol. That's why I go out.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, I'm dying. I'm actually getting really tired now.
Where's the thing?
It is
I would
midnight.
basically, I'm a little bit
Oh.
tired as well. I was only going if providing social interaction and distraction was a positive for you, I was going to keep going.
I needed this tonight.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You've been in isolation all week. Of course you needed it. And again,
I'm gonna have dreams of like other people, and they're gonna just be amorphous blobs of voices of people, and I've been here alone, all by myself, like with no one else here at all, just myself, like just doing it tough, like for almost a week now, alone.
Fucked up
with
shit.
No one else here at all.
Yeah. So you're looking at Will while you say that.
Okay.
Well, we've made it to midnight, so
I'm gonna check out.
Yeah, I think I will too.
I'm actually. I gotta sleep.
Yeah, I got to as well. So, but I will be doing a stream tomorrow night because tomorrow night's not a date night. So if I don't go too hard tonight, I'll be able to sort of back up tomorrow night as well.
Groovy.
So I don't know. It's been a good night. It's really funny considering I thought I was going to wipe myself out in the first half hour tonight. I've survived 4 hours relatively intact. So
yeah,
Mims
but
is here with me.
There are a bunch of games that we could potentially just like chill play on stream or not on stream. Just play to the entertainment of the masses.
Yeah, we could work that out. We could work that out.
Yeah, this could be one of them, Obliteraces. And it doesn't have to be Among Us. It could be it could be other things.
Like, how long ago did we talk about playing Among Us and then never did it?
Well, there's a whole bunch of games where one person acts as a server and that like has a copy of the game, and they send out a URL, and people use their phone and vote on funny answers, and it comes up on the screen as
games. I've actually got Jackbox games here. Yeah,
those things streaming those are funny as heck.
Yeah,
I don't know why we don't do something like that. Like
we probably should try to, but yeah.
Why not? Because because I went around watering my plants today, and each one I was like, "There you go, happy little tree friend, tree friend." And then I put the watering bottle down because I've got this like giant 2-liter watering bottle
Yeah.
that weighs a fortune. It
Yeah.
weighs a fortune. It weighs a ton.
That's COVID brain right there. That's COVID
Yeah.
brain.
And then I would like get my little brush out and brush all the dust off, and there you go, happy little tree friend. Happy little tree. Yeah, I'm going insane, locked up in here
Yeah.
by myself.
Yeah, that's the thing that happens.
Oh,
So hopefully
Yeah.
you get better, the symptoms go away, and you can join the outside world again.
yeah, me too. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the cats are fine, and there's this like high pitched hallucination like voice I keep hearing every now and then.
Oh God, I was
Who
flashing back.
keeps insisting that they want food
Yeah,
and personal space.
yeah. I've
Get
been
out of my
watching.
room.
I've been watching the Sandman Netflix series with Mrs. Angry. I watched it all myself, and she's decided, well, maybe I'll watch it. And I'm going, well, I'm happy to watch it twice. So we've watched the first 4 episodes, and the thing that pops into my mind, because Dream has a whole family, and only a couple of them appear in this first series. But Neil Gaiman's already said if we get a second series, it's going to start with the family dinner, where you see the whole family of the Endless, and particularly Delirium is the youngest. She's funny, and there's this one. It's actually not one of the. It's not Delirium, but it's someone who's losing touch, shall we say, with reality. The final Sandman story is called The Kindly Ones, and this one character, Lyta Hall, she's losing it, and she's just in the comic. She's going like, there are 3 voices in my head. One of them is saying there are 3 voices in my head. So one of the voices is like the way comics work, where you see there's a caption telling you what's happening. Lyta can hear that voice. And she says, there are 3 voices in my head. One of them is saying there's 3 voices in my head. Another one is just screaming in a high-pitched wail that never stops. The third voice isn't saying anything, which when I first read that did my fucking head in. It's like, oh yeah, no, Lyta is losing it at that point. She says there's 3 voices, but the third voice isn't saying anything. It's just like, yep, no.
Wow.
The wheels are coming off
Yeah.
the Lyta Hall at this point. She is fucking losing it. And like,
Wow, that's
she's
actually.
yeah.
Sorry, no, you go, because
I was going to say, besides
yeah.
that one, she's in these fantastical lands. In one point, she's talking to a Cyclops who's telling her where to go, and then it cuts from that to Lyta looking dirty and disheveled on the street, and she's talking to a pedestrian crossing thing with the button on it, and the button on the pedestrian crossing was the Cyclops eye she was seeing, and it's just all these people walking past her and giving her a bit of space, going, "Ooh, she's talking to the pedestrian crossing signal."
Yeah. Now that just gave me strong dissociative identity vibes.
Yeah, no, that's what's happening with this character Lyta. She's dissociating, but it's also because that's part of the world. The youngest of the Endless Delirium, people who are disconnecting from what everyone sees as the real world, are in her world at that point. But it's again way back. The Sandman was in the 90s. I was like reading Judge Dredd 2000 AD, and a friend said, you should read Sandman. I think you'd like it. And this guy called Neil Gaiman wrote it. And coincidentally, Neil Gaiman actually started out writing stuff for 2000 AD. But in a sale bin in a bookshop once, I saw this graphic novel for Miracle Man written by Neil Gaiman. And I said, oh, people said I should read Neil Gaiman. And it was really cheap. So I got it. And it was it fucking blew my mind. I thought, wait, people can actually write like this in comics? Shit. I need to get into Sandman. And so I was getting it'd been running for years. So I was getting all the trade paperbacks and I'd read it and then I'd get the next trade paperback and read. And when I finally caught up with the trade paperbacks, it was in the last story arc, which was called The Kindly Ones. So the comic was coming out once a month. So I'd get the comic and I'd read it. And I swear to fucking God, the cliffhanger on every monthly issue of this last story arc, The Kindly Ones, was, what the fuck? And then you'd read the next month's one and it'd carry on in the story, and then there'd be this shit that happened on the last page. And it was just like, what the fuck? And it's because everything's been building up to this, and everything that happens was just like, there was a revelation, and you're just going, oh my fucking God. And that last story arc was a fucking roller coaster ride.
Well, there you go.
But as a whole
Maybe
thing.
I should read the. I've never read the Sandman comics. I should.
Oh,
maybe
good.
I
At some point, I've got them in a box somewhere that I haven't unpacked since I moved into this house. I could loan you a trade. I'll say the first ones. I think the artwork in the first ones are quite shitty, actually, but there are these great stories. It is worth reading. I might dig out whatever box they're in. We might do some spring cleaning. Shit we haven't unpacked since we moved here 5 years ago. I'm also of this mind, like,
speaking of spring cleaning,
yeah,
I am literally falling asleep.
yeah, me too. So I was either going to drink more
need to
alcohol
go.
and definitely lose consciousness, or do a dignified retirement to sleep. So let's do that, because we are post midnight, and all
Yes.
things being equal, we'll be doing a Saturday night stream. Mimsy's on my lap, so she'll
Cool.
be very excited when I go into the next room and lie down on the lounge, and she will go and stand on my balls, which is a thing she's been doing lately, and I push her down and go, not there. Go and sleep between my legs. I'll lie on my back, open my legs. And she's going, why can't I stand here? Because you're standing on my balls. Move, you stupid cat.
No, well, that's for Mrs. Angry to do.
And that's a whole different thing. And
I've seen the 9-inch stilettos.
yeah. Sorry, I have friends who are dominatrixes, and it's just like, yeah. And they tell me stories, and I'm like, yep, cool, okay, yep, sure,
Yeah.
whatever, yeah.
Anyway, take care.
Anyway,
I have to go.
yeah, you'll take care. If you're around, we'll be
dying.
doing a stream on Saturday night. Sleepy Bobos. Bye, everyone.
Bye.